Hi, good morning and welcome to our May board. I don't say June, I'm ahead of myself, May board. I'll my usual introduction to the board just to make sure that everyone, including everyone on screen, is aware of the protocols around the board. So this is a meeting in public. It is not a public meeting. And so we are very delighted if we have people who are joining us for today. Please. Expected time available for each item. We will utilise our time today. And we will complete the agenda as we always do. So the times may not be precisely followed, but just do please give them some attention as to how the day is going to work. They are an important guide. Because of that, and you're used to it now, some items today will be taken as we have done for the last few meetings in a slightly different way as question-led items. They are indicated on your agenda. We won't reintroduce papers in those items. So after the questions have been taken and the author has replied, I then will not open it up again, but we'll get some discipline into it, and unless the chief executive or I suppose me, given that I'm chairman, I wish to say anything afterwards, but that is the protocol. We ask the questions, the author replies, then we don't ask any more questions for whatever. Obviously, feedback on the meeting or further questions are always welcome and can be addressed to myself or to Toby. If you do wish to ask a question in the public questions part of the agenda, which is, as you know, purely on the matters that are on today's agenda, then those need to be with Phil before midday, and we will take those at the conclusion of the public meeting, which should be about 3 o'clock. Questions will be replied to by the chief executive on behalf of the board, and if you cannot stay for your reply, then we will make sure you are emailed that reply tomorrow. We will be joined just before lunch by Gary, providing us with his story. I'm hoping that Gary can stay with us for lunch. It's a veteran story today that you've hopefully seen. So I think that is all. We have a strong theme of culture running through today's board, and a lot of important stuff on today. We have Dr. Andy Hayton with us as Deputy CMO, representing Dermot, who is away on holiday. So it's nice to see Andy at the board meeting. And we have, well, Dermot's approaching. Have there any others? No, I don't think we have. We are obviously for it and declare the meeting for it. And can I ask you to receive and note the register of interests as published?
Yes.
Thank you. There are new ones for yours. So with no more ado, we will move to the minutes of the meeting of the 26th of March, which are circulated. May I ask, first of all, whether you are prepared to accept them as an accurate record of the meeting? You're going to proceed, everybody okay? Thank you. In that case, can we move to the follow-up actions or action log? Arising out of that, there are closure of 7 actions. So can we do that first? Everybody content to close those actions coloured green if you have coloured board members in front of you? I have, thanks, Luke. So can we close those that are indicated in green?
We can, just to draw the board's attention, linking the minutes to matters arising, where it says we will discuss next time the adult autism service. just to remind board members that that conversation may include proposals that might, for want of a better term, close the service. So I'm just reminding people of that. And if between now and the end of July, any board member would want to talk that through, let's say with myself or Jude or Richard, it would be good to reach out to us to have those conversations. That isn't a way of saying that will be the only proposal or indeed the recommended proposal, but I just wouldn't want to surprise people in July.
Thank you. So we can agree to close those, and we have 6 matters remaining. Many of them, most of which will be on the board in July. So are you content with the remaining 6? Because it does indicate that they will take board in July, so they're not going to be. Content with that? And may I ask if there are any other matters arising from those minutes which came up in the action that anyone wishes to raise? So,
Can I just ask Simon, when we got to the estate plan, as it was a memorable board meeting in lots of ways, wasn't it? There was a discussion about whether we'd got the resource on board to progress. That would you just mind giving the board an update on how that's going?
Yeah, thank you, Toby. So in terms of the discussion last time, we talked about having challenges around capacity and capability to support the programme. So since the last board, I've now got on board a colleague to hold the ring on all of the business case, pulling that together. So he has started, and in terms of then the wider project management support, I'm meeting to confirm with an external organisation on the 3rd of June, next Wednesday. So we will have the capacity and the important bit for me, the capability, having done this before, to ensure that the timeline for the board on the 30th of July, that the next board meeting is met. What I would also add is this is alongside a lot of commitment from our internal colleagues. Obviously, Joe and the team on the Ambient Blue, the estate team and finance team. So it's an absolutely internally RDaSH owned, but with support appropriately where we haven't got the capability.
Steve?
Can I just give a verbal update in terms of one of the actions, Chair? Is that okay? Page 2 of 3. It's on the proposed to close. So it was in response to the workplace violence and aggression report that we had aboard last time.
Before you do, can I just ask if is everybody content with what Simon just said? So that is now closed. Thank you, Simon. Yes, over to Steve.
Thanks, Chair. So really welcome the feedback from board and asking for a comprehensive further expansion of the recommendations. So having from that time to this time now presenting a board, we've done a number of things that I just really wanted to ensure that the board was cited on. Firstly, we took the recommendation and had a detailed discussion at the risk management group at the beginning of May. And what that yielded was an action that the psychological professional leads would ensure that across all of the care groups, there was a consistent incident response to any violent incident that has taken place. So that's currently being worked up and will be brought back to the RMG next time. The second of 4 things that we've undertaken is around our incident reporting and radar awareness of who's logging on, who's using radar actively, and ensuring as an executive group that we are cited on the incidents such as violence and aggression to ensure that there is a response and people feel like action, well, not only feel, but see that action has been taken, which of course featured in some of our feedback from the staff survey. Then the other final things that we've undertaken and the work led by firstly HQTC and Dr. Graham is around providing neurospecific and trauma-informed environments. So environments are calmer, and you know that is around having accessories and lighting, etc., that enable a more therapeutic environment. And then the other key development from HQTC, which I suppose is core to the reduction of violence strategy, particularly in our inpatient wards, which is of course where the focus of the incidents were occurring, is around enhanced therapeutic activity. So not that there is one activity a day, but there is a range of activities that are not influenced by staff's ability to do it, but actually what patients and people want to happen on the ward, because of course, providing a structure to an activity in a ward reduces boredom, frustration, agitation, etc., etc. So those are the 4 key actions that we've taken following the reflection from the charge to me.
You want to content with Steve's report back?
I'm very content, just to amplify the first point, because you used the phrase incident response. I think what's going to happen within that is we're going to become much more confident that staff are receiving a meaningful debrief. Is that fair? So yes, there's incident response in a transactional sense, but there's human interaction with people who've experienced violence.
That helpful clarification, yes, sir.
Are we ready to receive that report from Steve? Julie, sorry.
Yeah, coming on the interaction. So it's 2 phases when we're thinking about debrief. One is a hot debrief, so when it's first happened, and really thinking about what people feel like at the time, which often does change when it becomes a bit of time afterwards, and we can have some learning. So we have a team called the Trauma and Resilience team, who now have moved under myself, and we've got a programme of work that is undertaken by them, and they conduct all the cold debriefs, and also they work with the PSERV team and also the operational group to support where there has been incidents. In addition, what I would say is that some of the violence and aggression and that we've seen is around racism, and this is key to the specific work that it has oversight by Toby, Carlene and myself.
Yes, thank you. And we agree to receive that report with gratitude. Thank you. And, I look forward to the work continuing. So we now move to those matters arising from our Tier 2 committees. A little bit of a change this time, the agenda before us. So if we can start with a focus on the items that have been escalated to the board, which there are 4, we'll come to them one by one, but they are the lithium prescribing and monitoring matter for the Quality Committee, the Safe Staffing Annual Report, Establishment Review, Equal Reports, I think, the Mental Health Act Committee on reducing restrictive interventions, training compliance, and then just something from HIPAA on progress on inequalities related promises. Could I start with Andrew? Can you update us on the position on lithium prescribing and monitoring, Andrew, please?
Yeah, so I think the issue has been around some lack of clarity around the shared care arrangements in areas where that applies. And I think in the last week we've had an internal look at a sample of the prescriptions of lithium, and there's good internal compliance. Nobody has gone since onto without lithium level being monitored. What is outstanding is a overall register of who's on lithium that's shared between us and primary care. So that work is intended to be completed by the end of July. In reality, the only shared care agreement that allows that includes lithium levels being done in primary care is the one in North Yorkshire, and currently most of the a significant number of people are on lithium, even in shared care and nothing issue, are still receiving their lithium level done by us. So I think we've got good assurance that lithium monitoring is being completed effectively.
Thank you, Andrew.
This came through QC because it was a risk that wasn't moving. That's
Yeah.
how it came to us. And I've spoken to Dermot as well, Andy, and taken a lot of assurance from what I've heard. It is a complex issue about shared care in Rotherham and Doncaster is completely different to the shared care agreement in North Links because of the ICPs. So essentially the problem isn't what we thought it was. I think there is an issue of why it was allowed to remain red for so long, because actually once we've had the conversation, it's moved quite quickly. The the widest issue is about actually blood monitoring, and I don't know if this is something you can answer, Andy, but as a GP, if you do the blood test, the result comes to you, and then you become responsible for actioning it. And if you miss something, you get terrified, and that's why GPs usually push back.
Yeah.
Is there a mechanism that we can actually say, perfectly fine in rural areas to go to your GP to have the blood test, but it's for the attention of Dr. Sinclair or Dr. Heighton rather than Dr. Folk?
Yeah, I mean, people certainly should have a lithium record. Most people that are on lithium should also be covered by the SMI register, so they would be having callback for annual health review. So there's an extra safeguard in there. But I think the specific issue about the results being shared with a specialist prescriber, I don't think that would be a problem.
I think it goes a lot wider than lithium. It would cover a lot of things.
Yeah,
that could be progressed just purely as a practice.
Yeah, well, we've got a conversation, I think it relates to about, for example, neurodiversity shared care in North Links. Meeting again, I'm going to say a week on Friday, but I may be mistaken. So let's build on that.
Thank you. Okay, thanks, Scott.
It might be something that would be picked up through the like an advice and guidance as well. So
yes,
Right, and then we'll do.
Just wondered, so in terms of lithium monitoring, but there are also other things. Have you actually put this across to the South Yorkshire IMEC, the medicines optimisation team? Because really they need to have an oversight of what's happening in Sheffield and in the system. I know we're talking about allergy, but I just wonder if it's a wider issue.
It is a wider issue, but on the specific question of have we talked to them, no, we haven't. So let's take that away as well.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Thank you, Andrew. Richard, you're content, you can take that back.
thank you.
Thank you. Steve, the escalated concern on the safer staffing annual report and establishment review.
Yeah, no escalated concern, Chair. It's presented here with all the full data in Agenda Pack B. We have reviewed it at Quality Committee and approved that we've met the NQB standards to approve, and our recommendation as part of that is that as a board, with all the data in the Agenda Pack B, we are assured that we have met those standards and reviewed our establishment reviews and that we can rehab safer staffing.
Thank you, Steve. Everybody content with that reporting? Thank you. Carleen, can you comment on this escalation for the Mental Health Act Committee on Mental Health Act and RRI training compliance?
As board are aware, we're doing a piece of work on our mass training compliance, expecting all colleagues to be up to date by the end of the last financial year. We have 421 colleagues who had an element of training outstanding. That isn't necessarily just RRI. They have received a personal letter from myself giving them a deadline date of the 1st of June to achieve compliance, and then a further letter going in June where that hasn't been achieved. We have sufficient training capacity to train the individuals, so that the training isn't the issue. It's facilitating and ensuring that the colleagues attend the training. But I'll be in a position to give a definitive update at the next Mental Health Act RDaSH Committee on the numbers, because we have a paper going there on that specific training alongside the broader trust-wide approach.
Maria, that's fine with you. It goes to the next committee. Yeah. Thank you. Yes, Joe.
Expressing a mild element of grumpiness, not direct to any individual. I think we haven't quite yet concluded the process of establishing whether the people who are listed as needing RRI training is accurate rather than overstates it. The grumpiness comes from having been given previous assurance that we had. When will we have got to the end of that?
I think the grumpiness is valid. We do have an issue in relation to the RRI training. So the RRI training, if for a new individual joining the organisation, is a 5-day training course and then a 2-day annual refresher. So a significant commitment there across the organisation. We've previously done a review collectively across the organisation of the colleagues' requirements to attend that training. It isn't part of the national training requirements. It's local to RDaSH. So we've done that review, but a further review is most definitely required. Jimmy Cooper is leading on that from Steve's team, and that information will go to our MLOG group, which is part of the Education and Learn Committee, where we review all of the delegates across the organisation, their training requirements. One of the examples that Toby's referencing is our colleagues in estates in Simon's team were down to attend the training. They're no different to myself going on to one of the inpatient wards. So how do they have a different training requirement to a number of us sat round the table? So we do need to do some review of that. And that isn't to minimise the training requirements. It's to ensure the colleagues have the most appropriate and relevant training to their role, recognising that's a significant downtime and a wasted resource across the organisation for a skill set that won't necessarily apply. So we're expecting that to come to the next E&L, Toby.
Okay, thanks. It's very satisfactory.
Just to reinforce Carleen's point, this exercise, acknowledging Toby's grumpiness, has been valuable using estates as an example, because there were 12 colleagues down for that training, reviewed early May, not on it, and they will have completed the replacement mass training programme by the time, so we'll be 100% compliant. So it's been a valuable, almost a very quick process during May.
Yeah.
Just even make sure that in addition to this, given that we're trying to make individual employees responsible for their mass training, we must make it possible for people to challenge the parameters that are ascribed to their name. We must make it really straightforward for people to put that challenge in. Because otherwise we're going to get to the end of every year and Dave's going to put his hand up and say, why on earth am I being trained in this? We're going to have to do it all retrospectively. So if we could facilitate that, whether it's another email inbox or, I just think we need to facilitate staff being able to say, I don't understand why this is part of my job, if that's okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Jude?
Yeah, and just to build on what you said, Toby, in the Education and Learn meeting, we did review, because there's a lot of recommendations that come through, particularly from NHS England, and lots of things about what would be good to do. But we're really rigorous about saying we're staying with the mass parameters, not expanding out. There's some optional extras that are nice to do, but if people get their basics done, we're not going to creep and have such a big mass portfolio that we end up with.
Thank you. And just a point for me that we make sure that as part of this, that non-sec is sensible for all the variants. And it's been a long-standing reaction about non-sec mass training. And that will be covered so often, maybe once a year. Can we just check that we're in the right place with that?
Okay, okay. Sensible non-exec.
Yeah.
Training. Yeah. I was working hard for the joke, but I thought it was worth trying.
Lastly, from Pippa, Rachel, slow progress on certain inequalities related promises, 8, 9 and 10. We move that to risk registers and delivery reviews as needed.
I don't know if Jo was going to answer that. Yes, we are discussing it further on in the agenda as well.
Yeah, if that's all right with you, that's
yeah,
fine.
I think we need, but that continued focus needs to happen because that gap isn't closing.
Yeah.
So I think we need to be talking about how we look at different ways to close that gap, and how we work across the system, how we work with our communities, how we work with our volunteers to see what we can do to encourage more people in certain areas that are not accessing our services.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, because I think if we were this far behind with, I don't know, our financial objective, it would regularly feature in the board. And I think the gist of Rachel's committee discussion was, well, we're that far behind with, let's say, closing a gap on learning disability registers for Black and minority ethnic populations. Why are we not getting more agitated about it? I think that's that's probably the summary of where we got to.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Can I just, as I chaired TPC at the last meeting, they did flag a key risk around the escalation, I suppose, around the trust culture discussion, which we have before us today. So we do have that topic later on in the agenda, but just to report that TPC were very aware that needed to be done. And, they're doing some good work in that committee to help that along. So we have 10 minutes If anybody wishes to raise anything else on the tier 2 reports, not asking chairs to report individually this time, but if you'll have read the documents, you can read their reports. If there are any questions, yes.
Just to commend the process, I mean, it worked really well
Yes.
to have, and also to have execs answer the questions that we've escalated as a tier 2. I think it also then lends itself that there can be more narrative in the report.
Yeah.
I've always felt that you have to keep it to one page, but actually the extended narrative answers loads.
Yeah.
Really support.
I thought it worked well. I was just thinking that, Richard, so thank you for saying it. I was thinking that actually worked really well.
You invited questions if nobody else
I
is
did.
going to. I've got some, but can I defer to Maria?
Thank you. Yeah, mine was just for Carly on the PODS report, stage 38 and 39. So the first one was around nationally determined clinical excellence awards. And it talks about being able to trust control. And I thought, is it able to trust control? Because that's something about people not applying themselves because of these barriers that they face, and there's a program that's sort of in place to support women to. So I thought to say that trust control was perhaps not right.
I suspect I need to declare interest. Because I'm the chair of the Yorkshire and Bond panel, so it makes sense. So honestly, if you could know that, I feel like it's a paid position, so I'm there to declare interest. But
I think that's a fair comment. So when I reflect on how you've read the information on the pod report, it wasn't meant in that way, but how you've read that, I can totally see how you've come to that understanding. So it was once the award has been issued, that then in essence is part of our pay bill,
Then you have to,
and then impacts on, but to support a colleague from an applying perspective, some positive action to address that gap, most definitely. What we are doing, what we agreed at the last people and teams meeting, was to analyse further that information.
Yeah.
What does that look like across each of our directorates, so we can support some targeted action there.
Brilliant.
anybody wants any input from me as to what nationally we're doing on this, can we please, we'll have a conversation.
Thank you, Kath.
Just the second one was around Rotherham and that being the highest report of racial incidents. And I just wondered if that's to do with more racism or actually a success story that there's more support.
Yeah, I'll take that. I think the answer to the question is we don't know.
Right.
Okay. There's a different answer to the question, which is the actual spike that's in this data relates to 2 particular patients and multiple incidents with those 2 particular patients. But drawing to the board's attention, colleagues are aware that we started some anti-racism work on Mulberry, and we're just finalising the phasing of some similar work across our Rotherham wards, Maria, which will take place over the course of the next 4 to 5 months. But on the specific of the data itself, I think whilst those 2 patients are with us, and I'm not validating their behaviour, I'm just saying that's where the spike is shown. And if anything, I'm concerned about under-reporting in Rotherham, and that would be the conversation we've had with colleagues. Though I think there is a welcome recognition going on.
Don't ask you a question.
I've forgotten what it was. Yeah, I think it's probably a pod question, so maybe to Sarah. I would just find it helpful to understand in terms of our gender pay gap, which we debated a number of times at the board. We then got the gender pay gap right down. What is envisaged as the forward work plan? Or is it too early to tell because we need to do a little bit more analysis?
I think I got the impression that we were looking to understand it more, and then with a view to thinking about a plan that you have a different.
I think that'd be very helpful. I'd be very helpful because we moved a lot of stuff around and changed rotas and stuff. We had, I mean, in my head, we closed it, which may not have quite been absolutely true. So I'm just very keen that we again discuss as a board how we can close it, perhaps in a couple of meetings' time if the work's been done.
So we have those discussions at both people and teams and pod in relation to doing some further analysis on the back of the real living wage award
Yeah,
going through
Yeah,
compared to Agenda for Change. So the Agenda for Change, your pay award was much lower, real living wage, which was paid to our band 1, band 2, entry point of band 3, 6.7% to do some analysis based on that. And also at the end of the change management. So we talked about the change management analysis. Once we've moved colleagues around, once we have a very small number on pay protection to understand what that gap is, linking to Maria's question earlier about the gap from a medical perspective, how can we look to address that? What we've never done is a gender pay gap analysis by directorate. So we've agreed not to just slice it from an organisational perspective, to look at each of our directorates to understand any hotspots in there. So we're doing that further analysis to then have some real detailed conversations about how do we address the 1% gap. We have a 1% gap. So let's not underestimate the amount of work that's gone into that compared to a number of other NHS organisations. That's significant progress, but we do have to acknowledge we do have a 1% gap.
Compared to many funding houses, really good. Yes, Judy.
No, it's fine. I'll go like that. It's because I'm not wearing colours. I suppose just building on what Colin said, and that's going to be really helpful, because when we've had some of the discussions before, we know that some of the workforce opportunities that we offer nationally are underrepresented by women. So informatics and IT, for example, is a highly male dominated area. Facilities is a highly female dominated area. So like other places like road workers and the construction industries, we've done some targeted recruitment. It'll open up that ability for us to think about opportunities in different spaces, and also open our apprenticeships up.
That's a really good idea. It's like that women into STEM stuff that Thank you. If we are complete, that's smashing, and we'll receive those reports and record the reports that have come in to answer those escalations. Thank you. We come to the part of the agenda which used to bring our meeting to an end. We're now bringing it to the top of the agenda because it's important business stuff, and so we'll be taking it early in the agenda, so you still ready to go. So this is our risk and policy reporting items, and we start with the strategic delivery risks. A former company known as BAF, and over to Philip on this report.
Thank you. So I just want to highlight 6 things really in relation to this paper. The underlying message that this continues to be our business, our key business about delivering, mitigating the risks that are linked to our strategy. So just in the last couple of months, we've had the annual meetings. So thank you, Kathy, for your involvement in those with each of the executive leads. Really useful meetings, but for each of them. We didn't touch on one in that because since the last time the board met, Frank was probably still enjoying his retirement at the moment, but we're going to swap through. So Richard Chiller's going to pick up the data-led strategic delivery risk, and Julie is going to pick up the one that's linked close to the 7-day work. So that's how the executive leads will move forward. That's my second point on there. I guess the times that were important and discussed last time, if you remember, many of them talked about March or July in terms of the point at which we felt we were going to get down to a mitigated level. You'll see that we've been revised in. I still think those conversations that we've had recently show that there is still more work to be done. So we're not where we thought, not at the end point. I think we've made significant progress, but there is still more work to do, and I think that's recognised within the paper. And I think linked to that, we've got what I see as sort of some internal work, continuing our work with our leaders and our colleagues, developing their skills and their abilities, whether or not that's linked to the use of the data or leading change or working with our communities. And the paper we talk quite extensively around the work that's done through LDO, learning half days, and other mechanisms, and particularly with our 555 in the coming weeks and months. And I think there's an external flavour within there as well in the updates regarding our colleagues elsewhere, whether or not that's within the system, and our partner organisations who we would rely upon. If we were to really get forward on the 7-day work, you know, we can do so much, but we need other parts of that system to be working alongside us. And equally, the specific one to do with primary care colleagues, clearly there's a real need to make sure that we are continuing to work with them. And as I think I hint or reference in the paper, there's work from our perspective reaching out to them, but you know, GPs are also negotiating their contracts, and the work that's going on and how neighbourhood working will be going forward. So we're putting that in mind as well. I think that's and as I say, on the page 49, there's a comprehensive update around each of the risks in there. The final point I'll just highlight is we've talked previously around, you know, this concept of these are our 5 strategic risks. They have been for a while. Are there others out there that should be? Hopefully I've addressed that in the section 3 of the report, and particularly the one that often crops up around the finance, whether or not that should be one that's on there. And 3.3 is the paragraph where I think essentially I'm trying to suggest that doesn't become one of our risks for the reasons that are outlined in there in terms of, you know, our going concern, our liquidity. We are going to deliver our plans. This is about what we have our strategy. So I wouldn't support or recommend that we include that, but I would ask the board to consider today that these 5 remain our strategic risks for the forthcoming year, and we sort of don't go back unless something material occurs in the
So you will notice on the front sheet that you will be asked to confirm that the strategic delivery risks remain relevant for the remainder of 26-27. Yes, so that is confirming that these risks still stand or not. What decision? Dave?
It just, and it's an I wonder rather than a really strong view, but the ability of that middle management group, we just refer it as the 555, their ability to lead, develop, engage their teams, lead and embed change at pace, to me seems a bigger risk when you look at impact and likelihood than SO4 or SO5 as a more material risk to the organisation. So I get the logic of what we did. We looked at each of the 5 objectives. We came up with the risk to those objectives, but that to me seems a bigger risk. I could be talked out of it to say it's picked up elsewhere. I could be talked out to say it's an issue rather than a risk, but it seems as a bigger magnitude and needs greater board focus.
Do you want to answer that one too?
Well, I don't want to answer. I'll comment on it.
Yeah,
I think we need to go. So I agree and disagree with Dave. It's an important subject. It's what SDR 5 is meant to be about, which specifically talks about the skills and ability of our managers. So I think the response to Dave's point is to look underneath SDR 5 and make sure we have captured within that all the things that we need to do. I don't think, because that literally is what SDR 5 is meant to be, if I've heard it correctly.
Thank you. Does that make sense, Dave?
Yes, I think it needs a bit of rework.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree with that. I was going to make the same point. I think underneath it needs to work, but I think we shouldn't leave the impression that cultural challenges, staff survey challenges, and were not in the SDR, because they are in the SDR. They're under 5 and they're under 1.
Yeah.
Thank you. Are you on this point, Kathy, before I bring anybody else in?
I'm on the point about the context of the reviews. Absolutely.
Hold your thoughts. And I have in this order: Simon, Joe, Pauline, Steve, Toby, if he's coming back,
No.
Sarah, and Kathy, and Rachel. to, a lot of people, if we can be.
Remember that list.
I'll start with Simon.
Thank you. I'll be brief. So I also support not having a specific finance risk as SDR number 6 or whatever.
Yeah.
But I do wonder if trying to link a lot of these papers together, we've got the 5 strategic risks, we've then got 366 operational risks. But I guess if we ask colleagues around the room, what are our 10 risks in delivering this year's plan? Would we all give the same? So I wonder if there's and I haven't got the answer, and I'm not an overall expert on this, but have we almost got a tier missing of what are almost our corporate risks in delivering 26-27? If you think of the finance ones, I think it was Toby's paper last month, he was very clear about HDRU activity, pharmacy, energy. But then there'll be other risks, whether it's sickness, whether it's some things around operational, clinical. So probably not to one answer now. But I would definitely support not a SDR number 6. But are we a tier missing?
Yeah, want to think about, particularly in light of CQC, who will ask us, and we'll expect the same answer. Yeah, well,
That was going to be what I raised, so I'll just jump in. I support that not having the finance, but we did have a discussion about potentially this corporate top 10. So I support something of that order. Again, don't have the answers. So you can drop me off your list.
Thanks very much. And one to think about, Toby, and we'll leave it capable hands of the team to think about that.
Just on that, I think I accept there are other risks around it will have an impact, but I think that I personally wouldn't see another tier of this. I think
Yeah, put them on the risk register.
yes, if they're on the risk register, articulated correctly, they should then appear. So the ones that you've highlighted there, Sam, they should be on there as risks anyway. If they're in appetite, they should be marked as such. If they are sitting then outside of the appetite, then they should be on the next paper and be flagging as that. Now I know that for the next paper, we really do need to get better at articulating that there's not just a case of saying here is 30 odd that are outside of tolerance. We need to be probably better refining that paper. But the answer to the question of whether or not it's TVC, CQC, or whatever, what are the top risks should lie in the next paper in terms of the operational risk, and you should always cite it on the 5 as to the strategy. But I don't think there's a need for another tier. I think it should maybe it's a comment more about the next one and how we ensure
it is. And I don't think it's another tier either, I was to say that. But I do think that board needs some help in making sure that they can articulate what in fact is already there in an easy way.
But I think there's probably a behavioural point which we'll consider through the executive group about, okay, so who has sat down and thought about what Simon described as the corporate risks, and are they on there?
Yeah.
Or have I assumed Simon's done it, he's assumed Joe's done it, Richard, etc., etc. So we will take an action based on Simon's suggestions, just check whether the risk register does capture the things that colleagues are fussed about.
It's the ease of interpretation.
Sure.
Thank you. We'll pop along. So Joe?
Yeah, I agree with keeping the 5 that we've got. I think we're just linking back to the decision we made at PIPA to escalate to board our concerns about progress against some of our promises relating to SDR1. And I think we need to consider what the impact of that is playing out in reality, that this risk is here and presenting around the score that we set it. I think the target risk for December is ambitious. Do we need to reconsider or rethink how our interpretation is of how we're doing, what we're doing under the risk is actually moving us at all from the March to the December? So I think that's something, and we're grappling with that in E&I and PIPA. But if we've agreed we're putting something on the operational risk register around it, I think we really need them to sit and say, what's that telling us about SDR1?
Yeah, thank you. I think that's for noting. Richard, I've got you at the end of my list. Okay. Steve.
Well, thanks for the report, and I like that it's been brought up to the agenda, which is why I think we're getting so many questions. If I was to synthesise two of your points into one, and look at it from a strategic perspective, the timeliness and expectation for completion and the external factors, so SDR 2 and 3, if we combine those together as a board, are we assured, I suppose, are the mitigations in place at the right pace? And I suppose secondly, are we assured that, are we confident that the delivery plan is resilient enough if those unexpected things unfold and don't deliver? So I think thinking about it in kind of in our sphere of influence and our sphere of control, just around the timeliness of the mitigations and the extension, and is our plan resilient enough if we don't have the sphere of influence that we're expecting for?
Yeah, thank you. And we note your comments, Steve. Phil's rapidly writing stuff, so we'll mop up. Toby, did you want to come back?
No, fine. I was going to argue against the finance delivery risk, but it doesn't sound like I need to. So if everyone's there, that's great. We can just tell TVC when they turn up that we haven't changed our mind.
Absolutely.
That's
Yes, absolutely. Tell them again.
Yeah.
Sarah.
Thanks, Carl. It's really just to support Dave's point, I think, really. I do think there is something around the group of 555, because we know that we are developing them as leaders at the same time we're doing the change programme. So we know that they're not necessarily experienced leaders in situ to be able to support.
Yeah.
So you can get issues around people being blockers, people not really quite understanding, keeping the messages too simple and perhaps being misunderstood. And we know all of that, and we're addressing it. But and I'm not suggesting you have another strategic risk around that, but I think there's something about how do we continue to focus in on that as an issue. And it could turn into a risk if we thought, you know, what might happen if. There's something around that. It's just how do we work with the system we've got, but home in on it to the board so we can understand where we are. I think that's my point. Thank you, Dave. It's just a wee bit hidden at the minute. So we know that the symptoms are there, and we know that the
We'll pick that up as part of the discussions in the meeting. Thank you. Thanks, Sarah. I got a Kathy.
Thank you. I'd hoped to give you a little bit of context about the review in terms of some of the conversation that's been had. So the lens that we were looking at was the journey to target appetite, and some things, life cycle of risks, are going faster, and we can kind of grey those out. We're doing really well, we're on it, the finance one, for example, and others are running into issues, blockers, you know, stuff beyond our control out with, stuff that's really hard to do as we get into nitty-gritty, and also the themes of some of those things that are preventing us perhaps moving as fast as we could. There are some commonalities. And so I was encouraging people to think about sort of decluttering a little bit, so the grey out the things that are going out, focus on the other, find the root cause analysis so that you then do one piece of work, like smash a couple of other, you know what I mean? So you can gain better traction faster. And so that was a lens that we were talking about. And I thought that that would be really, really helpful for people to understand where we are, because that leads to that, are they still relevant? Have other things come up? And therefore the conversation, I hope that context would help people think about whether at this midpoint these are still the right things. So I'd hope to sort of put that context in earlier, but I mean, folks have sort of been picking up on some of that already.
Thank you.
We're at that sort of pivotal moment now where we're really down to nitty-gritty stuff that's really difficult to shove forward, and it needs other players to fill.
Thank you, Kathy. That's very useful. Thank you. I've got Rachel and Richard left. Rachel.
Yeah, so my point was the same as Joe's, so I won't go all over that just in terms of PIPA, but I think we do need to be a lot more explicit in those risks in terms of health inequalities, not just the dates, but I think it just needs to be more front and centre. So if we've got an opportunity to tweak, change, not the actual risk, but what's in there, I think would be really useful.
Yeah, thank you, Rachel. And finally, Richard.
Yeah, I think a lot of it's been said, but there is one extra point. So I think for me, 5 is key, and whether it's captured right or whether there's more work on that one, which I think fits Dave's point. So I think they're really, because if we come back to that at the end of today, because that's a very strong discussion point for today's board. So if we look at this one at 4 o'clock, what will we be saying? So it might be worth just bearing that in mind. The only other thing is they're all scored exactly the same. Is that right? You know, just from an outside perspective, you've got your SDRs all at the same score, which might, but it's quite a blunt tool. So if you go up to 5, which is catastrophic, then it really doesn't always work. So maybe we are where we are. It just sort of stands out a bit that all of our 5 strategic risks are the same score. And the same target. You know what I mean? It just may be a bit of a nuance in there.
Yeah. Thank you for that debate. Phil, is there anything you'd like to?
Firstly, can it go back to the end of the agenda?
I think that's what Richard was proposing. I think this is no.
No, thank you, because that has been really, really useful. And I think, you know, the points that have been made several times around SDR 5, really important that we get all that's relevant included in there. The point that I think came through from Joe's perspective really is that we often spend the time talking to the lead executive, but perhaps on that one is a perfect example of actually we need to involve some others as well in those conversations. I think the point about the resilience of plans to get there, I think we're still not quite there. And I think taking on Richard's final point there about scoring and making sure and seeing that we're all equitable,
yeah.
We need to just challenge ourselves with that. But we do need to then build in a robust plan. There's some things in here that we've done a while ago that we need to probably just filter through and think about exactly what it is that we're going to do with getting this from here to our target. So, but yeah, really appreciate the feedback.
Thank you. You are asked to receive and note the update position on each SDR, which we can do. Excuse me, and confirm the strategic delivery risks that are still relevant for the remainder of the 26-27 years. So can we do that, please? Thank you. Excuse me. That was a very good debate.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. The item 15 on operational risks is the first of the items where we go to questions only. You are required to receive and note the operational risk report, but are there any questions to Phil Toby?
So I've got 2. So I like the report, and it's very helpful to focus on what is now the 27. So 2 of the 27 caused me a certain amount of, I don't know what the word is, confusion and concern. So here's my, so one is 547, where we're told that we have a door that doesn't close correctly. I guess I'm trying to understand what it's going to take to have a door that does close correctly. I'm not sure, it's not fair to ask you that question, Phil, so it may be a question to Steve. And then my, if you like, bigger point is the first of those out of tolerance risks claims that we do not have a reliable method for monitoring disengagement. Given that we approved laboriously an engagement and disengagement policy, and Dermot is due to provide us with a data-grounded report, I'm just trying to understand whether we've got a left-hand, right-hand problem that somebody wants to speak to. I'm not saying it shouldn't be on the list. I'm just saying I don't understand it if we have a policy and we have got a data set that we're building. Yeah. So those were my 2 queries. So I'm very happy to wait for the answers while other questions are asked, Kath.
Richard.
Thanks, really useful to see the focus, Phil. I guess it does go to that deep question as to whether we're still asking the right questions as to what's the most important thing. I take Sam's point about if CQC came, I doubt that they would say, oh, you're not making much progress on health inequalities. We're really going to mark you down on that. They're going to have a much higher level of corporate risk. So I think that's probably a philosophical issue rather than a specific. And then on a specific, we talked about acceptable risk, but we've still got a red box, for example, against R559 is 15, so it's red, but actually isn't that now unnecessary that you're either in tolerance or out of tolerance, and we should maybe do away with the colour scheming? It's page 82.
So I think on that second one, it's about sitting out of tolerance. It's showing as red. Are you suggesting we don't need the colours around?
The whole appendix is from page 79 is out of tolerance.
Yeah.
So once you're out of tolerance, it doesn't really matter whether you're amber or red. That's the old system.
I see what you mean.
It's all right. Right.
Yeah. We'll have a look at that.
Because it just psychologically you look at red.
Yeah.
You stick to, yeah.
Kathy?
I'd just like to encourage some thematics, just so what's drawn out of this, because I know that there will obviously be work behind all of those reds, you know, about and getting on top of swift response to property or estate or something like that. I think that there is a little bit more so what we could do for this report, just to say some of the detail.
Thank you. So other than that, I just need replies to Toby's questions, if anybody can either answer those now or make sure that the chief executive gets a reply to the questions he's raised. Steve?
Yeah, thanks, Tony, for those questions. So the risk around the door at Swallowness Court wasn't articulated correctly until the previous RMG. So we got a real understanding of which door it was, and then the urgency then precipitated. And of course, before the next RMG, so within the last 2 weeks, we have resolved it.
Okay, fantastic. So that's great news.
Yeah, so we didn't know what the door was until we really probed in RMG, and then as a result resolved it with Simon's team because it was quite a simple fix. And then with regards to 044, which is the absence of a reliable method of identifying monitoring patient discharge resulting from disengagement. The reason why we have put this on as a risk is because there were some unknowns. So in the example where somebody's referred into crisis and they're discharged without even being seen, that wasn't always or hasn't been captured or known about. Now we know that is happening. We are concerned about it as a risk, and so waiting for the report to determine what the disengagement policy has brought to fruition or not.
That's very helpful. It also, and just to reassure, but we hadn't rehearsed this, gives me quite a lot of reassurance for how the risk management group is working. So thank you for that. As a penalty for Dermot going on holiday, I think what needs to happen is on the disengagement is that with his leadership and others, let's bring a position statement back to the next board on how far we've really got with the engagement and disengagement stuff in practice, because there's just a tiny bit of me thinks we approved a policy, lots of work went into it. I'm probably just a little bit concerned about whether we've operationalised it meaningfully in practice. That makes sense. And it's a team sport. It's not for Dermot to do. We've all got to do it. So I'm just joshing about his long vacation.
And that links with an outstanding thing as Ned's that we wanted to talk to Dermot more about. Where are the risks in the context of disengagement? Where do the risks really sit in the community? So I think that covers off another.
So we'll bring something back. And look, I mean, it may be absolutely golden. It took us a year and a half to get the policy agreed, not because we were being slovenly, because it's hard. It wouldn't surprise me at all if it's still a little bit lumpy and we've got some real work to do.
Thank you. We'll note that, Dave. Thank you. So that's no more questions. So can we receive and note the operational risk report? And you noted those on your slide. So that's that. Item 16 is the IQPR. not intending to go through the whole of the IPL. Pleased to know. But in prior board discussions, can we A, celebrate out of area placements, and can Toby or Richard talk to the challenge around the length of stay reduction challenge? So
Yeah, I'm happy to
Richard.
do that. Yeah. Just as I'm not going to go into this, but I think it's been signalled a number of times, the RQPR is in mid-process of change. We're just needing to secure what the national guidance is around staff, and they're still changing the metrics as we speak.
National Written Framework for people who don't know what that is.
So 43 down to 28, but that might change. So I just wanted to contextualise it. So in terms of length of stay, my usual approach, I think, is to be balanced about it. I think it's a tough nut to crack. I don't want to create magical solutions to a tough nut to crack. However, not to appear avoidant about it. So I'm just trying to give you a real answer to the question, rather than actually give you a plan that's all going to be resolved. I think we do need to celebrate out of area. I think there's a huge amount been done in terms of awards flow and to some extent with partners, but I think there's more to work to do there. As I've said consistently about that space, it's the beginning, the middle and end. I think we've done a bit of work at the end, we've done a bit of work quite a bit in the middle, but not so much at the beginning. So I think also, I can't suggest this, and I've got clinicians in the room. One of the hypotheses that we made early on is, while improving out of area, so more people managed in the community, there was the possibility that length of stay could go up because the hypothesis is our more complex patients might be the people remaining on the ward. So I think there's always a cause and effect, which is part of the section 136 and the 140. So it's not like I will do that and that bit will be fixed. There's always cause and effect with it. So I'll give you a bit of work that is planned or underway. I don't think this is going to suddenly massively shift the dial. So go back to a reality check, I suppose. But we are reviewing all patients who are over 32 days, which is an exercise that we did 2 years ago, because actually some of those with very large length of stay, if they are supported, usually to go on to a placement, so it's very complex. It's not a discharge, it's usually multi-agency, they need a highly specialised placement, sometimes which has to be built for them with the right level of staffing. If we move one or two of those patients safely, our length of stay quite significantly improves. So it's just bearing that in mind, really. We're starting some preliminary work with Doncaster Local Authority around social workers starting earlier in the process, because sometimes they do it like, oh, when you tell us about discharge, we'll do our Care Act assessment. It's like, well, can't we do that a bit sooner? And Doncaster have been really helpful in engaging. If we can shift the dial in one area, I think then we'll move that in other areas rather than just going all of them. We've got to embed the HQTC work. I think that particularly around MDTs daily, I think there is kit now on all wards. There's training going in on the multi-leadership professional teams, but I think that needs a bit of time to embed. We are about to start our HQTC equivalent for community services. A big part of this is supporting people, preventing people coming in. Doncaster is higher than other areas than admissions, which is a number of factors, but there is more support in the community, particularly through flow, I think, but that's still a space that how we're using home treatment teams, etc., etc., etc. We still need to talk about housing with our local authority partners, because that's a key barrier. And I suppose what we're talking about today, staff on these wards are experiencing racism, aggression and violence. And staff who feel better, it shows there are better outcomes. So they're doing a really diligent job in toughing up, but we have to work as we are around our eye training, psychological support and all of that. That's not a quick win either. So we're doing our very best. I don't mean that defensively, but I just don't want to create a view that we're going to suddenly get to 32 days in a very short space of time. But we still need to celebrate out of area.
Thank you. Well, thank you for that very honest report, Richard. It's that's useful. And it hadn't occurred to me actually on length of stay that you end up with more complex patients, which
Potentially. Yeah.
Good. Yeah, got it. Right. Toby, Richard. Toby.
Yeah, the number of hands. I just want to make the point that I think introducing, as Jude and Dermot have been doing, significantly more personal accountability around how long patients are staying, personal accountability led through our responsible clinicians. We just need to recognise that that will produce discomfort and irritation. And I don't think that's a function of how it's being done. I think it's been introduced very skillfully and developmentally over quite a long period. But to be very blunt, some clinical colleagues feel as if they are being watched and be told what to do. And they don't necessarily find that something that they're either used to or comfortable with. So that isn't saying we've got long length of stay because of our clinicians. As Richard said, they work fantastically hard, but given the gist of our agenda more broadly, Kath, I think we've just got to recognise that there is some real discomfort with that personal accountability. I'm comfortable with the discomfort, but I wouldn't want the board to not recognise that it's there. I think it's the intention of the accountability is to offer support where something has gone off track and to seek to do that in the first 10 days of admission rather than, you know, week 7, week 8, week 9, week 10. Yeah.
So, Richard.
I take your point, Richard, about the hypothetical argument that acuity means not length of stay. Is that borne out by other trusts who are doing presumably similar work to us?
I'm unable to comment on that. And to be honest, I've spoken to other trusts and actually they're going, oh, you're doing well.
Right. Okay.
So, and there was a trust south who were put forward to us by external provider we're working with, say they really cracked it. And then when I spoke to the coup, they hadn't really cracked it. So yeah, I can't give you
It's a
hypothetical to that. Yeah.
And the second part really in terms of length of stay mustn't. But realistically, you've been very honest, isn't going to come down enormously. Where does that sit in terms of the assumptions that we've made in terms of the financial plans?
Well, it's not an impact. So the financial plans hang predominantly on out there.
Absolutely.
And we're currently, as of today, no inappropriate anywhere. Obviously, we've just reopened North Links, so it's looking fantastic. But then now we just closed up all our Magna beds as was planned. So there isn't a financial impact in that sense. I suppose what the challenge is the relentless pursuit of maintaining zero out of area.
Yeah.
And it's hard work on a daily basis. Steve's on call on the weekend, etc. So I think I don't know how sustainable that relentlessness is. We've got to change the whole flow and system to make that run slightly better.
So it's length of stay that facilitates the ability to keep the out of area down.
Yeah, because actually, if you can plan that they're leaving, so that if we know that they will be leaving in 3 days, and we've got patients emerging risk in the community, rather than leap straight in, we can say, well, we have got a bed until 3 days. Home treatment, can you support them? If safe, then we can plan. And I just think it would create more capacity. It's basically sort of not far off 1 in, 1 out, and holding a bit more risk in the community. And people are working extremely hard to just maintain the status quo. Having said that, if you look at the length of stay across them, Doncaster is doing very well, and Rotherham are not. So, and I don't want to, it's not having a crack at Rotherham. You just have to understand what some of those differences are about. Again, the length of stay and the two PICUs are very different. So there is things that we can look at in terms of that.
So did you want to just add to?
No, the only point I was going to make is colleagues enjoyed me lecturing the regional office about the perils of using a mean average. We will be looking at the interquartile range by diagnosis. That's the meaningful data. So per diagnosis, what's the interquartile range? That takes out the little e's and the very long e's. That's the meaningful data point that we will be building in and working.
So I've got Jude, then Andrew, and then Rachel. Then we'll come to a close. Jude.
Yes, if I can make 4 points, if it's all right, building on some of what Richard said, and also answering a bit more what Richard Falk has said as well. So as well as the relentless work that Richard and the team are doing, we have got clinical oversight and as an exec level weekly in terms of this. And within that, we've put an escalation process in for complex patients, so we can look at those. If there is some challenge at local level, that is not to overrule individual RC decision making, but that is to support where the decisions aren't clear or whether there's some ethical challenges in there, and there often is with that. The second point is the move on diagnostic led length of stay, which is what Toby alluded to. That might seem simple to people, but it is more complicated because we do see people with multiple diagnostics and also complicating factors. But simply, we do know that if you compare us to the national data, we have better lengths of stay with certain diagnostics than others, and we're comparable with others. So I suppose that answers some of what you said about how do we compare. We can show how we compare when we look at different diagnostics. And what I would bring in with that is there's a couple of complicating factors where admissions come and they're not actually within the remit of normal admissions in mental health. So we've got a higher than average admission for people with a diagnostic code that would fall under neurodevelopmental conditions. And that particularly comes in our 136s and our PICUs. Now that's partly related to the resource that we've also got locally. So that's what's difficult as well. And we know when we look at individual cases, those lengths of stay tend to be longer, which is why what Toby said around not looking at the average, but looking at the length comes up. The third point I wanted to make is that obviously we talked in Phil's paper around SO4 transitioning from Richard to myself, and that's partly strategic because it links in with that discussion on managerial and clinical around some of the 7-day working. And what we know is that some of the length of stay is affected when we have holiday weekends, when we don't have diagnosticians and people who can discharge on over the weekend. So the diagnostic length of stay that myself and Andrew will work on is going to be tied into the progression on SO4. The fourth and final point I wanted to make was around the wider system that needs to be considered. So there's been several points in mental health where there's been a community shift. The point from institutions to community was a big point, and then subsequently when National Service Framework, etc. was introduced. But I think what we've not got to do is kid ourselves that institutions don't exist. They still do exist. They're just called signets and they're called other things which are more private providers. And that's where our unheard voices are often sat. And so this is a massive cultural shift to deinstitutionalise quite a lot of people that I think is talked about politically, nationally, but not thought about in terms of the impact that happened previously when we look at Winterbourne View and other things when people were deinstitutionalised. I think that has also impact for our community teams because our community teams are used to a length of stay. And so although, as has been said, Doncaster's got a shorter length of stay, the anxiety within the community teams in Doncaster is far higher than it is with Rotherham, where there is a longer length of stay. So we cannot just do this work with our inpatient teams. And although we've cut directorates by inpatient community, this is where we'll have a cross-directorate work, which is really, really important. The final thing I think to know, and it's not final because it's the least important, it's just because of the fact that I ordered points in that way. Our patients aren't coming to us as first admissions. Some patients have been admitted multiple times and so have an expectation as to their family about being in for a length of time. And that's hard when you start to shift that discussion to say, we won't be in hospital for a long time anymore. And so we're seeing some push from our patients, but we'll also, and this is where, while I'm not contradicting what Richard said, which is not about doing individual blame or anything like that, we will also have some clinicians that are sat in that space that don't believe that that length of stay is acceptable, and therefore will walk. So we should anticipate some turnover within some of our staff groups, and that will be from our diagnosticians, and it will be from some of our staff who are saying we signed up to something different to what you're now introducing and what the government's introducing. And I think we have to note that as a board, and that's not to blame or to point fingers, but where we're seeing and where we're moving to holding people to account differently, and they are objecting to that national length of stay being different, we will see some turnover there. So I'm sorry about those longer 4 points, but I was trying to say.
Thank you for your honesty, Jude. It's important that we get it understood. Andrew, Rachel, Rummy, and then I must move on to Andrew.
Thank you. So I think just going back to Richard's point about the beginning, middle and end, a couple of points about the during. I think some of it picks up on what Jude was saying, which and what the interventions are during an admission and how that affects the length of stay and where the boundaries are at the end of that. So medical interventions, for example, like prescribing, you can very easily continue to titrate the medication across the inpatient community boundary. But some of the things that people really value about psychological groups and the occupational therapies often is a less fluid shift across the inpatient community boundary. And so there's bits of work in Northings, for example, about people that have been attending a DBT group on a ward can continue to attend it after they've been discharged from hospital. But it's about looking at the mobility of interventions across inpatient community boundaries that will potentially affect length of stay. And I think the other thing about complex patients, there's something for me about intersectionality with other items on the agenda today around the impact of a certain number of patients in the same space with complex long stay needs that start to have an impact on flow, start to have an impact on staff sickness, particularly people that are long stays and currently self-harming, and the impact that has on staff and feeling that their voice isn't being heard in response to the immediate impact of lots of incident management and not being able to move people on. So I think those that, and sort of slight question around the beginning and the end. Do we think that from a flow point of view, we're well sighted on what's happening in the crisis teams in terms of the resilience, in terms of caseload size? Because the staff in those teams will say that it can feel a bit boundaryless, and so that actually their ability to work with people to avoid admission and facilitate discharge very much is different if their caseload is 26 versus if their caseload is 55. And you know, what measures do we have in place similar to flow in terms of supporting movement through the crisis teams?
Thank you, Andrew. Steve, you wanted to come in on this matter?
Yes, just very quickly, Chair, because length of stay can be in fact impacted by many, and as Jude said, so if somebody's placed on one-to-one observations, if they have failed section 17 leave, they materially, we know, make a difference to somebody's length of stay. But let us be reminded that, for example, section 3 of the Mental Health Act, when applied, is for up to 6 months. So that is a section that detains somebody for up to 6 months for treatment. Then you've got other sections such as a notional 37 and a 3741, which aren't time bound or limited. So I don't add that to confuse matters, but just for factual clarity that by virtue of the timeframes involved in detention under the Act, can already drive up a length of stay.
Yeah. Thank you, Steve. I've got Rachel and Rummy, and then really thank you all for that, Andrew. Really must focus on Rachel.
Oh, thank you. That's the explanation and honesty, Richard, which is always appreciated. It was a point you made in terms of housing and work to do around there, because I think we all recognise there's a national and local shortage, but we also all know that having a warm, clean, supportive, safe accommodation has a massive impact on people's mental health. So I was just interested in the comments and whether there's any work taking place to address that, please.
There's work on a sort of a patient by patient basis. And I would say that at a sort of general senior manager level in all three areas, there's a willingness, and we've really worked on those relationships to work on the case by case basis. In terms of more strategic work, not yet. And I strongly suspect, as you just said, there's a housing shortage. There is a, how we bring our patients in the mix of the other unmet needs around housing is a complex discussion. So I'm not again going to falsely assure you that I probably am going to change a national narrative, but we're working with Doncaster as the first area, I think, and they are really have sort of to begin to have those sort of conversations and there's more going on. But yeah.
Thank you.
But if you've got any leverage, then we'd greatly help, So,
Anybody got any outing?
yeah.
Thank you. We should talk about it. Rumit.
Yeah, I mean, I know that there's a national drive to reduce length of stay, to try and get people more out in the community. Primarily, that's all related to cost to the acute services. But there is clearly a tension between what we can provide in the community and what we can provide as an inpatient. And that tension needs to be resolved because there's loads of things that should be in place to have a safe discharge into the community. Prevention of death reports is looking at, well, this person hadn't got coordinated care. There wasn't any transmission of data from acute to elsewhere. So there is a bit of tension in terms of risk management from probably people who are working as clinicians. Some will feel quite happy to be able to take that down. So I just want to understand what the tension is between people seen in Doncaster and people seen in Rotherham. What's the difference? Is it to do with people having got used to a certain way of doing things and finding it difficult then to shift that balance from acute into the community and care provided there?
Yeah, thank you, Rumit.
So 2 points that I made, Chair, it's a helpful comment, Rumit. To be really clear, no part of our agenda to reduce length of stay or to reduce occupancy has got anything to do with resourcing or further reductions in resourcing. Clearly, as the board, we made a commitment in March 2025 to keep our bed base as it is now until 2028, and we're honouring that. So this is about not having people in potentially restricted environments for longer than they need to be. I understand the general point you make, but just to make sure we're really collectively clear. The answer to your question about Rotherham versus our other sites and why there is roughly a 3-week longer length of stay, I think the answer to that question is there isn't a single explanation at the moment, but it is a pattern that appears across different clinicians, across different wards. So it is likely to be a systemic problem that we need to tackle rather than about individual behaviour. There may well be some individual behaviours, but the data, we need to go where the data is. What we're going to do is work with one particular ward over the summer to see what we can do to shift Rotherham's longer length of stay, which has been with us now for 4 or 5 years, right? Because I think a lot of the staff involved in Rotherham are a bit fed up with initiatives to reduce length of stay, and are kind of like, oh great, there's another one. So I think we need to convince ourselves and them that something will make a difference. And I think Andrew and Jude's point principally pertains, the system has settled with a 50-day length of stay. The system needs to resettle with a 30-day length of stay, and that's going to take quite a lot of work.
Thank you. Thanks everybody for all of that. Very good debate. So can we agree to note the continued delivery of Promise 14 in respect of plan care, the further improvements in out of area placements, which was great. It really is. And,
Great.
The board's thanks to those that are working so hard, Richard, if you could pass that back, because it's important. And recognise that without length of stay reductions, notably in Rotherham, we cannot meet our agreed aims for inpatient care quality improvement. I know we're working hard, but that is it needs acknowledging in the board. We agree those?
Yeah.
Thank you. Now we are running about 10 minutes late, but keep going. Item 17 is the promises and priorities scorecard, and again, we'll be taking in the questions only format. So you've got the paper which sets out the latest position and highlights any movements against any success measures since we last saw the report. And we need to note, and I know the efforts being made in the middle, the sticky middle of the report, as we see. So questions first, and then Toby will respond. So can I have all the questions on the floor, and then I'll bring Toby in. Richard.
It was quite a specific one, Toby, in respect of the improved access to talking therapies amongst older adults wasn't moving, and it said miss is cause unknown. I just wondered whether the GPs were aware that there was actually more capacity, because maybe Rumit can answer better, but I never really used to think to refer my older patients for that. So that was specific.
Yeah, thank you, Richard. Let's take them all. Any more questions to VSD?
Thanks Emma, for the report. I suppose mine is a focus on promises versus the trade-off. So if we think about our mid-table 5, 6, 13 and 28, if we are focusing on those, the trade-off is that promise 8, partly 9, 10 and 12 are unlikely to progress much further this year. I suppose, how are we assured that we'll still meet our strategic goal at the end of it?
Any more? I think that's your lot.
Okay. Richard's right that the fundamental difficulty with growing by 1,000 the number of older adults experiencing talking therapies is that the older adults are not currently being put forward into talking therapies. The team have done a full trawl of every older adult in Doncaster who, for example, is currently being looked after by the physical health care group to try and source more people. We have done a range of communications to GPs. And I know Robert at one point said to me his impression was that you couldn't refer to talking therapies other than via the older adult mental health team. We can do some more. So I think you're absolutely right. Because this is a national issue that people under-acknowledge the possibility of older adults benefit from talking therapies. You can see it in the data. So I think the answer to your question is there's more for us to do, which is probably why, I'm a tiny bit frustrated, because within our Promise 8 challenging objectives, this doesn't appear to be the most challenging one. To be honest, there are people out there, we've got capacity. If we can find them and get them referred, we're in business. And by the way, their outcome data looks a couple of digits better than the general population. On Steve's point about trade-offs, you ask how can we be assured? So we won't be being assured for all sorts of reasons, including that I don't want to give you assurance. I think they're subtly different. I think on Promise 8, what we agreed at the committee was to begin to better distinguish. We know what we're doing and it's working. We know what we're doing and it isn't working. And from we don't know what we're doing. And I think that's where we will go with some of the health inequalities promises. And I appreciate that's my way of looking at the world. I think on morality, which is Promise 12, clearly we spent a wee bit of time earlier in the week with the care groups particularly in North Lincolnshire. I think there was some pressure from Joe rightly to progress the 2 pilot site villages that we did work with. And there's a bit of frustration that that's taken time. So I think you're right that we should be a bit concerned about whether that's getting the attention that it needs. But I think in fairness to the care groups, I think we need to think as an exec on Promise 12 how we're resourcing it. Because to be blunt, if our frontline teams could magic up the answer to village healthcare, they would have done it in the last 3 years. What I did hear, I think particularly from Claire Coppins, was that there's more being done than we recognise. And I don't just mean we, I mean including, bluntly, colleagues in our own team recognise. So we agreed, didn't we, that we're going to do some mapping work to actually begin to visualise some of our village effort. I get that rurality is more than villages. I'm just using that. But so I think we can't be assured, Steve. But equally, we do need to make some choices about what's this year and what's next year. And I guess that's what we're doing in this in this paper. I do think, you know, paper lists can the ability, with difficulty, but the ability to shift quite a few in the middle over the balance of this calendar year. And that's what we're going to be doing next time people are on site in HQ. There's I'm not going to call it a war room for all sorts of reasons, but there's a nerve centre, maybe that's better. It's a very hot room, but if you go in there, you can see the league tables, and we can begin to try and show people the movement we're trying to achieve. I'm conscious that the recommendations specifically point certain board committees at certain things, and I'd just be really keen for committee chairs, and I'm sure this is in the work plans, to run with that. It's not all of them. It's promised 16 in terms of outcomes, which is in the quality and safety plan. It's really beginning to push a little on the education objective and making sure that the people in OD committee is spending as much time on education and learning as it's spending on other people matters. And then clearly Dermot is coming back in September with a very accessible version of improvement on research.
Thanks very much. There are several things for you to do. Can we note the work done to ensure that the rhythm and focus on the mid-table success measures? So note the work that's being done on the sticky note, so to speak. Recognise that board time has been rescheduled twice in 2026 to ensure that the collective effort on Ponds 26, and recognise the need for the board committees to focus on policy committee on 16, for E&L Ponds 24, and for PIPA on Ponds 28, which so they're all coming back in September for the paper on research. Can we do that, please? And thank Toby for his report. Thank you. Item 18, Steve, is the first time that we've seen this. So this is following obviously the change management process, and you will remember that we were very determined to monitor the impact of changes. And it's early days, isn't it, Steve? We're 2 months in, but Steve is going to talk about the first 2 months' data. We will expect this report again in July with full Q1 data. You okay? So, Steve, if you could take us through the first of these reports, we'll hit the board. Yep.
Thank you, Chair, and my thanks are extended to Dr. Sinclair and Dr. Graham, who helped provide this report in its infancy. So I think what the report demonstrates is that, of course, we are in a bit of data immaturity, and where the reporting is zero or not applicable. That is not because there's no activity, it's just because there's no historical baseline. So that we will see those pre-populate as the dashboard and the data starts to certainly come in. The indicators that we've got show that they appear at this stage to be stable with very little movement either up or down, if we were thinking about that as we define our statistical process chart around our upper and lower control limits. But 1 month adversity should not be a cause for alarm. It should cause an appreciative inquiry. I think we can confidently say that there is currently no patient harm, certainly from this month and the inquiries that we've made, but being really transparent around risk. We know that there has been some workforce challenges in one of the change management schemes linked to unplanned nursing care. I'll pause, Chair, and see if there's any questions.
Yeah,
Jude, all right.
Yes, Polly.
Yeah, I would just like to expand on the unplanned nurses, please, and the risk. I know there's some of them going absent at weekends and things, and how big a risk do you see it as an emerging?
Can I take all the questions and then?
Yeah, please do, Steve. That's a good idea. And if I have Rachel, Jude, Rachel.
Thank you. And really good to see the report, because we made that promise that we would be monitoring. So pleased to see it back so early, and recognise what you're saying in terms of the maturity of the data. It was just a question around the North Links mental health and talking therapies, and I noticed around DNAs they seemed high, but it may be that you tell me that's how it has been for some time. But I just wanted to check that out to make sure that the changes haven't impacted on the DNA rates. Thank you.
Do you get the questions out then?
No, I didn't have any questions.
Oh, I did.
Yeah.
I'll get you right one of these days. I think you get you right. Okay, Steve, on you go.
Okay, well, so thanks for the question, Pauline. So there are a number of mitigations that are in place to ensure that we continue to have safer levels of staffing. It does appear that this sickness or absence from work has happened over a crucial point in the calendar, given that we had a bank holiday weekend, and as such we were able to mobilise other members of the team, and the management team have been phenomenal in this response in putting patients first, because of course that is the aim of making sure that we still offer that service. But what that has meant is that some patients who may have had an unplanned care may be directed in the system. So we do a prioritisation. So then there are patients who would then may wait until the planned care team come in. So we know that there may be some delays, but we're confident, having reviewed all of the patient files, that no patient has come to harm as a result of this. I suppose what I would be looking for is a period of embedding, so the team working in this model and identifying if there are any risks there. But at this stage, we haven't had enough time embedding for the issues that we've discussed around unplanned team, whether there are legitimate concerns versus perceived risks of working in this way. But just to re-emphasise, there are 2 nurses on shift, 2 band 5s and a band 6 who does the triage, that also can be mobile with a significant on-call framework with patient flow and an on-call management system, that any unplanned sickness or leave can be mitigated within this, as can the risks if people feel vulnerable in visiting alone.
So that gives me assurance around managing the risk when it happens. I guess getting under the root cause of it, this perception that's impacting on the behaviours. I guess it's more work to understand.
Can I come in on that?
We've got
So-
people who
No,
want to.
don't have to answer it now.
Pauline, hold your question, because Joe wanted to come in and Richard wants to come in. So
It was
no,
on that
please don't.
specific-
Let's get you a multi-triage report.
Just a
Sure.
query around the patient harm. So often the unplanned nighttime visits are around pain relief and end of life patients. So are we saying there's no harm, or that patients have we got patients who are experiencing extra pain that they shouldn't be because we've moved them to the daytime?
So I suppose part of my answer was around the prioritisation, Joe.
Yeah.
So that people are prioritised. And sorry, I'm not going back to your other point, I wasn't making a link that people have gone off sick as a result of the changes. We're not at that stage.
Not at that stage yet.
So
Okay, that's.
this is short-term sickness.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
And Richard and Carleen to support us, Richard.
Yeah, so I think we anticipated, and so as Steve said, the leadership team have built in a lot of prioritisation. Let's make sure care is delivered. So therefore, the overnight cares aren't necessarily the complex ones. There's been a grievance which wasn't upheld. There's been letters to teams in. So the early doors, there isn't any short-term sickness in the band 6s. And I think that's a really important piece of information.
Yeah.
There is short-term sickness in the band 5s. So an early hypothesis might be that some members of the team are accepting an understanding of the model and working towards that. As Steve said, it's only short-term sickness at this stage. We don't have a trend, but I suppose we are also doing a quite a robust welcome back to work approach. And is there anything that that we could have supported you before you went? So rather than just like, oh, welcome back, off you go, I think the leadership team through their managers are probably going to have clearer supportive conversations, but a more curious inquiry approach. I think we need to let some of that, and, I'm hoping it may settle with a bit of time, because there's always going to be a few bumps and scrapes. But I think Carleen and Steve's really focused on the clinical element, and I think Carleen and I are going to keep an eye on the short-term sickness only in the band 5s as it stands.
Thank you, Carleen.
From a second step, just building on what Richard shared, we've got 4 colleagues currently off, and we're offering real proactive support to those individuals to understand the challenges alongside supporting them back to work. Because what we're very keen to avoid is them ticking into long-term sickness. So we're managing that very tightly. Do I think in the short term it will get worse? Yes. I think we'll have more colleagues over this weekend and next week. So I think we'll see a spike, a short-term spike. We're very clear on the management support to those individuals and the wider management team to support those colleagues. But it is limited to the band 5 resource. And we have the nursing assistants that have moved to different roles, questioning and challenging some of the practice in that team now as well.
Rachel.
Rachel's DNA question.
Yep, so thanks, Rach, for the question. I will probably hand over to Richard at some point in this question, but I think what we have discovered is that with the system connected, people having access to choose and book, that has created some complications in the way that people access the service. And with that, an appointment is offered within 4 weeks, but often people can't make it within that period of time that they're not on the system connect. So we have seen either a higher DNA rate or people not being able to book within the 4 weeks, which has almost given a false red flag that there's not meeting the 4 weeks.
So that's helpful. In talking therapies, it's a earlier stage intervention. And actually, interestingly, people are more ambivalent about whether they want to go into therapy or not at that early stage. While I might think it's a brilliant thing to do, people like my husband are like, I don't need therapy. So, so I think we anticipate, well, you do experience more DNAs at that early stage in talking therapies. Then building on the we're putting in System Connect, which is to increase patients' engagement with control of their own appointments. In what the little bit of what's playing out at the moment is, oh, well, I'll defer it and I'll DNA it and I'll rebook it and all of that. So, so I think that's just sort of a developmental stage as we sort of try to improve that. But yeah, I think that there's usually higher levels of DNA.
Usually high.
Yeah.
Sorry, Captain, I just wanted to
talking therapy.
So just to be assured then, in terms of that new booking to both you and Steve, digital exclusion's not playing any part in this, is it? That's increasing the DNAs?
No, because it can only be, well, I suppose sorry, go on. Judy, go on.
No, the digital is actually helping people come more.
That's good.
It's not that, it is, as you say, there's a national higher rate of DNA, and within our services, it's a higher rate of DNA. But no, we are assured it is not the digital.
Thank you. And thanks, Steve. Because obviously we'll look forward to a Q1 report at the July board, which gives a bit more assurance, won't it, when you've got that Q1 perspective. So you need to note that there are no significant adverse trends that have so far been observed in the initial 2 months and of the QSI monitoring that we're determined to do. So indicating no immediate intervention is required before the end of Q1. So we can note that. It's very important to this board when we set that requirement to monitor that impact. And just recognise that robust monitoring mechanisms are in place with clear governance and escalation processes, and that any future sustained adverse trends or signals will trigger prompt action. Early data should be interpreted with caution, obviously, and there's several new indicators like historical baselines, and some fields are still undergoing validation. So with all of that, you have at least the first 2 months, and we will look forward to Steve's Q1 report in July. And we agree to note that. Thank you, because we set off with this with every intention of making sure that those QSIA assessments were monitored correctly to make sure that Bob's desire to make sure there was no adverse impact, that we can be assured of that. Thank you, and we will move to the Chief Executive's report. I'm still running on it, but
I'll draw 5 things from the report, and I just want to come back to the talking therapist conversation I've just listened to. So in terms of the report, I think it's important to both celebrate and acknowledge the creation of the Communities Leadership Executive. You can see the annex there. In kind of nuts and bolts, that is 16 voluntary sector organisations joining the leadership of RDaSH. I think we're going to have to work quite hard to make that meaningful and powerful. We're going to have to surrender some of our privilege in doing that, and recognise that sometimes those folk will lead us into places that we don't think we should go, or we don't think we should do now. But I think it's really exciting. I think it's a real opportunity for us in the medium term. It also deals with the sort of lie that people have that we only work with PFG. So yeah, it sort of nails that kind of 15 times. I think one of the things to take from the report is the emphasis on recruitment. I think one of the things we learned positively from the change process is that the historic practice we had of letting every single manager organise their own interview panels and their own paperwork and their own this and their own that, it is not a benefit. If you like, it clearly has some upsides, but it has material downsides, both in terms of equity, but also in terms of pace. And so we will not be going back to what we had before. To a large extent, for jobs at a certain level, they will be centrally recruited to, and the manager will receive Doris as a new joiner. Again, if you probably gather, this is my theme for today. Some people involved who are managers won't like that and will exhibit their dislike in all sorts of ways. There we are. On balance, it's the right thing to do if we're going to tackle our vacancy position, which we'll recognise we want to get back to 100. I think practically the earliest we can do that is back end in November, early December, and we will proceed on that basis. The third thing I wanted to draw out is the Akeso report, which is in section 4 of my paper. I think that's a significant bit of work. I think it's particularly significant in trying to align the ICB, whatever they are or do, with Doncaster Royal with us in a quantified way that shows the scale of opportunity. For some audiences, that is a scale of opportunity translated into pound notes. For some of us, it's a different set of patient flows, a different set of patient experiences. But when we come in late July to talk about the estate for business case, clearly a lot of the investment potentially will go on patients as a result of that work. So it's important for the board to understand that a third party has been involved in developing that. Almost penultimate point, I have included my first neuro annex. It's a sea of red. I think it's fair to say that the more we look at this, the more disappointing the management coherence of some of this position appears to be. And I think we'll have a more useful conversation in July, which isn't a way of forestalling it, but pretty much everything is currently a work in progress. We need to see significant change. Positively, insofar as the children who have waited a long time, so over 2 years, are concerned, we were being told just yesterday that their take-up of the digital offer, which is much easier to mobilise at pace, has been really high. which is both good news and a surprise to us given the past practice. So that's a little green cloud in my red sky. The report draws attention to the fact that we're 2 months into a 12-month year and we still don't know what the national operating measures are. You know, I still got to run a trust, so I'm not going to criticise people running a health service, but that's clearly a bit of a shambles. Allegedly, they will be with us next week with data definitions, and they probably will be. So we will probably be in Q2 before we know what the measures are. Why am I drawing that to your attention? Because at the beginning of July, they will publish, as best we understand it, our performance for Q1 for measures that we currently don't know. So we'll work with that, and we're seeing the regional team on Monday to have a chat, I guess, a bit close to home. You'll remember we all had to give assurance about contract signature. I genuinely don't think Simon or I could do any more to get contract signature. ICBs appear not to be particularly interested in having contracts. We've set the latest of many deadlines of Tuesday the 9th to see if we can get that boxed off. And you'll see in my private report some slightly concerning behaviours from our friends in Humber and North Yorkshire about essentially becoming a strategic commissioner by saying, well, why don't you hold demand side risk as a provider, which in the case of out of area placements, we're going to be happy to do. In the case of neurodiversity, we will not be doing because effectively we will be complicit in a shocking failure of scale. And I don't believe the board would support me if I suggested that to you. If I can just quickly and take questions, go back to talking therapies. I think what became a little clear on Tuesday is that I don't accept that there's been a sudden change of behaviour in talking therapies that has resulted in 200 people wanting their appointments after 4 weeks. So either there has been, and I don't think there has, something of a failure of governance in prior months about the accuracy of the data, or there has been a momentary loss of control within the team over that process. And so what will be happening is we will be restating our agreed access policy, because yes, Maria can say, I'll have my appointment at week 9, but that doesn't mean she will be showing us waiting 9 weeks because she's made a choice outside the 4-week parameter. And secondly, inside our disengagement policy, we are not offering endless, unrisk assessed repeat appointments. We will make a risk judgment, and inside talking therapies, that probably won't be as many DNAs as you wish positioned. So we'll work that through, and I think that's probably the pertinent thing. We'll come back to that next time we meet, Kathy, if that's okay, because it was an interesting discussion with colleagues on Tuesday in terms of what it was they were saying, and in fairness to Richard and myself, I think it came as something of a surprise as it landed. So we'll work that through. So those were the things I wanted to draw out from the report. I'm more than happy to take comments or questions, recognising the excitement of the next item is very significant. So
can I just add, with the 200, they are reviewing them, because it's likely that they're not, it's not true data, which is of course so I'm happy to send you an update.
Well, as I said, we'll come back in July as I've outlined, and we'll talk about it then.
Oh, so Richard's hand up. Dave, did your hand up too? Yeah, so Richard, then Dave, and Maria. Thank you.
Thanks, Toby. 1.2, Toby, you talk about a surprisingly contested resistance in community settings to Dialogue Plus, page 148.
Yeah.
And obviously it's central to 16 in terms of paired outcomes and so on. Are we any closer to understanding why there's a resistance?
No, I think we do understand it. I think maybe resistance is a unduly didactic way of presenting it. I think colleagues have a range of other care plan or care plan like documents that they are using. So as we talked about last time with the board paper on community care plans, our patients do have a document. I think the act of switching over from something to this new thing is proving for some teams onerous, including because a fair group of the patients that are on our caseloads are not being seen every 2 weeks, every 3 weeks, every 4 weeks, Richard. So there is a practical question about 6 month reviews and so on. I think I was very encouraged on Tuesday by people's commitment to seeing this shift by the end of August. But I think we have to recognise that RDaSH has struggled to have consistent care plans for many years. So I think we should assume that the idea of having that care plan, not something else, isn't in the DNA. That makes sense. So I think we do understand it. We've now got to just work through what we're going to do about it.
And I think I'm struggling to phrase my questions, but I think you've hit it there, Toby, which is some things aren't in the DNA. So I was looking at, would I raise the question under the serious incidents about have we embedded the risk assessment process? It also refers to, and have we embedded transition arrangements? You've raised about contemporaneous records and live documentation, personalised care plans. So I just went back sitting on the board 5 years ago, and all of those things are in there, marked green, all in track. We're going to embed them. So this is a perennial, it's not in the DNA thing. And I just wonder, have we given enough attention? And we talked about it before, actually, about how many of our patients get the perfect experience when you look at all the things we expect to happen. How do we know it always happens? And those embedding of those core rhythms, taking greater prominence in the organisation and certainly up to the board, because we tackle them from initiatives that happen and come and go, but we never have an ongoing confidence to say we've shifted the DNA and they are now a permanent feature of what we do.
Okay. Yeah, so I think I understand. So what do I think? I think that we've had a go at that with our inpatient wards in terms of rhythm, and Richard reflected on the IQPR that there were still real challenges with that in respect of MDT. I think that the always measures when we go live with them will give you some of that.
Two really good things.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll give you some of that. But again, we were discussing with teams yesterday, how is this going to feel when the chief nurse rings you up and says it seems to have been 3 days since you had that patient admitted and we can't see evidence of consent. So to my theme, I think we will get plenty of, oh my goodness me, I'm being watched about my clinical practice that comes with that. And I think we have to stop as a board, in a sense, we've got to help shift the dial from please give us a report to explain your non-compliance with this 100% standard to what are we going to do in the next 24 hours to get that patient compliant. Does that make sense? You raised the point when we opened Phoenix about trying to embed almost a perfect process. That opportunity wasn't taken for reasons I think the board's aware of in terms of all the difficulties of Phoenix. I think Richard Chillery raised with the team who are working on the NLAC transfer of children. Could we do the same thing? Could we do that with them? And when we meet them, we'll see what the opportunity is. So I think your point's right, Dave, that we haven't taken that opportunity. On the other hand, at this stage, I just want to get care plans in everywhere, which I don't see as an initiative. I see it as a foundational thing, if that makes sense. I think it is so fundamental that we just need to keep the message really simple and just be really insistent that there are no excuses. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Thank you. And that's what Maria and Rachel, and I am going to close it down because we are really
Next item is very exciting.
and we need to give your time to do that before we break coffee. Maria.
Yeah, thank you. 2 or 3 questions for me, different themes. The first one is 0.3.3, where you talk about sickness and when you talk about parental leave absence. I understand that why you put that all together, you're talking about the strain on services. Yeah. I just wonder why you'd reference parental leave absence at the same time as sickness when you're trying to reduce sickness when...
Because the sentence is about the strain that the absence of staff places on teams.
Okay. Just conscious that the impact then on people taking maternity, presumably parental leave is talking about all kinds of maternity adoption. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. 3.6 then I was wondering about the introduction of which I'll say I'm in favour of completely. Start off by saying I'm in favour of the ethnically diverse interview panels. I just think how that landed, particularly amongst the colleagues from global majority background.
Yeah.
And then the third point was around comment on page 155, key discussion themes, absolutely brilliant again. Need to strengthen links with education and SEND services. I just wondered if we could have more information on how that's being done. I think it's the right thing to do. But if you've seen the backlash recently around working with the Department for Education, Gemma Collins, and the way that families are feeling at the moment around the consultation around SEND, there's bound to be a massive impact on organisations like RDaSH because of the changes.
Yeah.
So I think it's crucial, but I'm interested to know how it's been done and how families and parents can be involved in that, those links as well there.
Okay. So on the last of your points, I think there is a dialogue that has started with directors of children's services about how we can together reflect on the government's SEND reforms. I don't think that makes it us necessarily complicit in however local authorities want to do it, but that's you asked me a process question, that's what I'm referring to there. I think there is quite a lot more work to do on how we reach and listen to those communities, and the NLAG example will be a test case, if you like, of our ability to do that well. And what I took from the discussion with colleagues on that point, Maria, is we may need to resource more that dialogue, because dialogue takes time, rather than just viewing this in maybe my transactional sense. In terms of paragraph 3.6, which is about mandatorily diverse interview panels, and for clarity, the mandation applies to ethnic diversity. That doesn't mean there are not other elements of diversity, but we're sticking with the one. How's it landed? Well, it's landed better so far than I had expected, and better than I think it will land in practice when it happens. I have led this in another organisation. I think for people from BME and global majority backgrounds, it can appear tokenistic. And that's some of the stuff we're working through with the Reach Network. But the bigger backlash will be from people not from that heritage. Julia Shaw did a cracking job at ATI Team Brief of introducing it, but I think it will be very choppy when people start seeing their interview panel cancelled and they're told you need to find something. But maybe that choppiness is desirable, because we need to have people confront the reality of what otherwise we do. But I think we're doing everything we can to prep people for it, but there's a certain point at which people go, that's a great rule. I didn't think you were going to apply it to me, but it's a great rule. I'm really in favour of it. But now you're making my life difficult. Yeah.
Just journalist picked it up national on Twitter.
Oh, good. Okay.
See Henry do.
Good. Yeah. Okay. Well, we're not doing it for clicks. Let's. Yeah. I think the point understands the board. I can't remember if I've written this in this report. Yeah, 1 in 7 RDaSHians is from a global majority or black minority ethnic background. That's a transformation from where we were 3 years ago. It's the promotion pathway that is really blocky, and so that's why this is focused on band 7 and above, because actually recruiting at more junior levels, even if we're maybe not doing it in the most diverse way, we are still getting the hires. And I think we need to stay grounded in why are we doing this. There's a practical problem we're trying to solve, rather than we're doing this because it might make me feel a little bit more virtuous about myself.
Absolutely. Thank you. And lastly, Rachel.
Yeah, I wasn't going to comment on that at all, but I feel I should. In terms of, I think it is around education and people understanding why you're proposing to do that. And it isn't about, as you say, being virtuous. It's also understanding what it's like from somebody from a BME, global majority background, going into an interview setting and feeling that it is a level playing field, which I think really makes a difference. And I'm sure within the organisation, when people see that happening, it will encourage people perhaps to apply for jobs that they may not have thought was open to them. But my point wasn't about that. It was just to recognise the excellent visual notes from the Community Leadership Executive. I don't know who put them together, but brilliant. We could probably use it for some of our committees, but also I really look forward to, I hope there's going to be some metrics. They've got their ambition and really look forward to seeing how we're achieving their ambition and the 4 things that they want to see. So it'd be great to see that every quarter.
I think
yes. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. And thank you to Toby. And you are, well, we've explored the issues described. We've considered any matters of concern, and we note the uncertainty over our Q1 segmentation outcomes with NHS North East Yorkshire. North
Eastern Yorkshire.
North Eastern Yorkshire. I'm going to get the words properly out. Thank you. Not North East Yorkshire, it's North East and Yorkshire. Thank you. Thanks everybody, and we will move to a very important report before we break for coffee. And my thanks to Joe for this one, and indeed for the clarity with regard to the decision making. You do, of course, need to decide if the ambient loop is the preferred approach on the tickler website. You have a decision.
Okay, thank you. I declare at this point I'm not a signed up member to the Green Party, and Ed Miliband is not my pal. So I've tried to prepare. Yes, I've tried to prepare a balanced report based on the work that we've had undertaken. You'll recall Cagney and Williams came and talked to us at the board time out about ambient loop. It can feel quite technical at times. I'm not a technical expert in this area. So what I've tried to lay out in the paper is this is one of our promises. We are committing to reduce our carbon footprint. We currently have 2,500 tonnes of carbon emissions as a trust. 1,200 of those tonnes relate to the use of gas on the Tickhill Road site, which is why the case for change begins with Tickhill Road site. It doesn't end there, but this is the sort of biggest bang for the buck, as it were. We've done a thorough option appraisal of the different types of green energy solutions that we could adopt. None of them are perfect. Gas isn't perfect. They all bring pros and cons, which hopefully you can see set out in the paper. As we've gone through those, the option of ground source heat pump using ambient loop has come out as the favoured option. It requires significant investment from a capital perspective. So it's not something that as a board we should take lightly around that decision. However, it does then result in some reduced revenue costs in terms of energy usage and maintenance compared to some of the other solutions that are put forward. And it does deliver that significant reduction in terms of carbon tonnes emitted due to gas from 1,200 to 0 on the Tickhill Road site. I think it's important that we also consider, as part of the capital option, it's not just about putting ambient loop on, it's about making the buildings that we have as energy efficient as possible. There's no point looking at how we heat our buildings if they're just leaking out of the roof and the windows at the same time. So the proposal includes, for the estate that we retain as part of the new estate plan, and upgrading where required of glazing and insulation. Any new build will meet those requirements, and also having some element of solar, but we won't be fully reliant on solar. Also, I think one of the other things to consider is the volatility of the energy market, both in terms of supply and cost, and we're all feeling that in our pockets at the moment. So it's something that working with Simon on CIPs going forward is going to be something we want to have a little bit more control over. And I think finally, I think the thing to consider is that this is really codependent with the estate plan. If we are going to move to the new size and shape of our new estate in Tickhill Road, we will lose our energy centre, and we are going to have to put something in place instead, and we need to decide upon what that is going to be so we can get on with it, ready for moving into the divestment of some of the land on Tickhill Road site. The ambient loop installation is relatively simple, but it will take some time. There will be some disruption, as there would be with all of the different options, but it is the one that I think gives us both the best outcomes on carbon emissions and also the ease of installation, so that that codependency moving forward with the estate plan is delivered. So I'm happy to take questions and ask the board to consider the points under the cover sheet.
Thank you, Chair. Hands on. The right pass. So I have in no particular order Kathy, Rumit, Toby, Arlene, Simon, Steve. I'll write them down. Pauline. Where are we starting? Kathy was the first hand I saw. So
Well, it'll be fairly quick. I mean, I really like these solutions, so I'm in with this from the beginning as a proposal, and I think that the summary, the sort of the scoring of the options appraisals, that demonstrates it as well. I suppose for me, and I get it's maybe not yet detail will come, but I think I would have liked to see the order of magnitude of payback, because it is quite expensive to put in, but like, what do we think the order of years is? Will it pay back in 10 years, 5 years, 20 years? Just some order of scale. So I'm keen to see that, and somebody may have some idea. Thank you. That's it. I'm totally, love this stuff.
yeah, thank you, Kathy. Rumit.
I think it's greatly appraised this paper. I mean, even I could understand what's going on and how it's going to be working. And I do like the idea of ambient loop. I understand how it works now. Just a quick question in terms of, will this work be in conjunction with the estate development, or will it be before that? So is the disruption going to be twice over in terms of how things happen? And the second thing is there some national grants towards this which you could tap into?
Take one more and then I'll do those. I'm writing them down, but my memory is so.
Well, mine was a bit about the codependency of the estate as well. What do we need to know about the estate plan to enable this to progress? Things like the perimeter, the location. And then the other one was initial view on access to funds and how, at this stage, I know you won't know in detail, but we did have a chat before, so I thought it might be useful to just outline what you're thinking.
Okay.
Thank you.
We don't have the full detail on payback yet, Kathy. Some of it will depend on how we secure the capital, about how the expense of paying back that capital over how many particular years versus the payback financially. I think we should also consider the payback from an emissions point of view. So, it's not just the cost, it's the emissions, but I'm hoping we will have that in the fuller business case at the next stage. The estate development, yes, it does go hand in hand. I don't think we have to wait for one to be done before the other starts. We do need some clarity on things like perimeter and retained estate, because that's where the ambient loop circuit will go. However, it is scalable and we will be able to have extensions off it, and there would be opportunity in the future should whoever purchases the land that we divest of have housing on, we could extend that to the housing there if they wanted to do it. So we would just need to, the key thing will be the energy centre, and I know there will be discussions about whoever we sell the land to as leasing some of it back for a while. So we can't just cut off the energy centre before ambient loop is put in. There are national grants from it. We have tried to get one last year. We submitted a bid and massively oversubscribed. We weren't successful along with many other organisations, but we will continue to look for those opportunities. And access to funds, there are different funding models that we can look at. Obviously, availability of capital through the NHS is limited, but that could be an option in terms of also looking at what capital is available across place and system, and if there are some opportunities to box and cox that. But as we've said in the paper, we are exploring some external opportunities for financial investment. At this stage, we don't have the details through of what that would be and the cost, but that would come through in the full business case.
My next group of three are Toby, Simon and Callie. So
So I think the proposal to spend £10 million. We need to understand what we're currently spending on gas and what that will go down to. Because as far as I can see in revenue terms, that's our source of funding. And then my second question is that the ASHP is about £2.5 million cheaper in capex than the recommended option. So can somebody just walk me through the revenue? I read the paragraphs and I thought they were clear, but I just want to be absolutely clear by how much cheaper the revenue is going to be for the preferred option versus the second best option, which is to say appears to be £2.5 million cheaper.
thank you. Simon?
Yeah, I'll make a couple points and then answer the couple of questions from Toby. So one, just to reinforce, and Toby just said it, this is about seeking support for nearly £9 million investment. So I think the questions we're having is absolutely right, because this is a significant cost. In terms of the national grants, as Joe has said, yes, there are some, but with this being nearly £9 million, it almost takes us above those levels. So this is why we are looking at other sources. Joe's answered the estate plan bit. In terms of what we spent last year on gas and electricity, so we spent nearly £750,000 on gas. Now, not all of that is particular, but the vast majority is. This solution potentially, I'm not going to say eradicates it, but dramatically reduces the gas. So that, if you just took, that, call it 700k against the 9 million.
That helps with your payback.
That helps with the payback. Plus, which I think this is really an important one, where whilst ambient loop or the solution we go with and the estate plan they are separate, but they're not. And Joe's touched on it, is the energy efficiency. So again, on top of the gas, we spent 1.3 million on electricity. That will reduce. I couldn't sit here now and say by how much, but that then, Kathy, back to your comment, will also, as you get through the details, significantly improve the rate of return. Coming back to the sort of Toby's question about the air source and the ground source ambient loop. One of the key aspects which is in the paper, which talks about the ambient loop, is whether it's 100 years or it's certainly a long time, whereas the air source will need replacing a lot more frequent. So there's two aspects, Toby, in terms of it may be 5-6 million capital now, but the chances are in 10 years we'd have to do it again.
Okay,
which is a critical bit. And then on top of that, the revenue cost of ambient loop are half, but the annual savings around the gas and electricity are significantly greater. All of that, the real detail, the pound analysis will be included in the business case in the end of July.
But you're confident it will show that happening?
Yes.
Yeah, we can debate whether it's 600 grand or 550 grand.
Yeah.
The patterning you've outlined,
correct,
the two of you are confident
yes
about. Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Callie?
Thank you. Thank you, Joe, for a very comprehensive paper. Just focusing under 5.1, it's really helpful to see the disadvantages in there. And the recommendation for ambient loop, you've been very open and transparent, likely to create more disruption across the site. So that disruption, an energy centre to each building, potential windows upgrade, roof insulation. We've talked earlier about patient flow, patient activity. What's the likely impact, if known at this stage, on patient flow and patient activity?
Yeah, okay, thank you. So across the whole site, we would need around 230 boreholes. So, and then from the loop that's connected across all the boreholes, it will connect to each building. In each building, there will need to be relatively small electrical pump. So some buildings already have a plant room with some sort of boiler in there, and that we would just replace that. If there are buildings that don't have something like that and connected to something else, we'd have to find a space in the building, but that would be a small piece of work that wouldn't affect the ward in terms of occupancy. The main thing I think that would be disruptive in terms of decanting would be buildings where we need to upgrade the windows. Insulation, I think, can be done some parts without that. So we would need to map that out and have a phased approach to it. And of course, we're not going to, we won't be drilling 230 boreholes all at once. It will be done as a sequence throughout the site.
Thank you, Jill. And I've got my last two, which was Steve and Johango.
I did, yeah.
We'll take the three then.
No.
No, you've got you.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry, Steve, Shabir, Andrew. And the last three.
Thanks, Joe. So I just think in terms of the return of investment, that will come through the full business case. We know that there are some key assumptions around the price of fuel dropping or rising and upfront costs. But I think some of the other positives that need to be discussed or considered in that is that we will be able to sell energy on the grid. So we will, of course, get a return from that. Alongside, if we do this, it will increase the land resale value because of the ability to connect it to whatever the land sell will benefit from. Just as chair of RMG, Joe, I'm just conscious that risk 468 has been submitted today in the board papers, and it shows us out of tolerance because it says that we don't know what funds are available and we don't know how to access or source bidding for it. So based on this conversation, it needs to tangibly update that risk.
Yeah, it does.
Thank you, Steve. Shabir?
Yeah, it's going in the right direction. This is what we need to do anyway. I suppose from my point of view, I think is my understanding right? There's going to be another report that will be in more detail.
Yes.
The energy prices probably going to go higher. All indicators are there. There'll probably be potential government penalties if you don't do this.
Yeah.
So that also needs to be factored in. In terms of the option appraisal, I think the different menu in terms of having option appraisal within option appraisal, not just on all this. But I think the approach is correct. I think there's some more to acknowledge.
Yeah.
But I think the costs are actually going to be higher in terms of what the impact if you don't do it. So.
Yeah, thank you, Shabir. Also, Andrew.
Yeah, mine was just to get in 5.1 about from a patient safety point of view, infection prevention and control. There's something there about a requirement potentially to heat water, additionally heat water. Do we have any sense of what additional heating would be?
Yeah, there will need to be. That's why there is a electrical heat pump in each building. So the average temperature of the liquid that's in the boreholes is about 45 degrees. So for some of that, it may only need a little bit of extra that in terms of heating. But in terms of running hot water to get it to 65, it will need a little bit more from the pump. Some trusts that are looking at this are saying they won't need to run it at 65 degrees all the time. They might do it at a set point every week when they're going to do the flushing in terms of Legionella. So it's important we understand that the liquid, the ground will give so much heat and then we will top it up with the pumps. And to what hasn't come out today is that it also is a cooling system. So, we've got a lot of issues now in terms of extreme heat, climate adaptation. We've got patients and staff really uncomfortable and asking for air conditioning, which will only add to the issues in terms of emissions. This in the summer will take heat out of the building and store it in the ground, which will cool them. So it's a multifunction. But there is that requirement to just top up the temperature at certain times of the year.
Does it give an opportunity then to do like a whole system flush Legionella wise, or it would still be an individual?
No, it'd have to be per building. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Jill, and thank you, everybody. This is a big decision. So, are you all ready and prepared to make that decision? I mean, is anybody not feeling as though they're they're in a position to do that, because I need to know that. So we can note the option appraisal undertaken, which has identified a preferred option to reducing carbon emissions from gas. We've considered that. We recognise the focus is Tickhill and why. Note that work has commenced to attract external investment in the capital required. And we're not going to take this out of the bank. I mean, but the decision is, if ambient loop is the preferred approach of the Tickhill Road site, I need you to indicate for this one, please. It's a big investment. Can I please show those who are in agreement with that outcome? Thank you. I think that is what's commonly known as an MCOM. Thank you, Joe. Great piece of work and a very exciting project. And gets us out of the issues around what's happening with gas, not anything else. Thank you. We break for coffee half an hour late. Take quarter of an hour. Please be prepared to be efficient with your time when we return. The plan is we will take Carolyn's report on sickness absence, move to Steve's report on serious patient safety incident learning, and then take the patient story if we need to. If we get through these two quickly, we can always we'll skip the well-led report in public to first thing after lunch if necessary. So, Colleen, sickness absence.
Thank you, Kath. So I'll take the paper as read, but I just want to draw out some of the key points in relation to the paper. So sickness absence continues to be our Achilles heel. So previously at other meetings, we've referenced the north-south divide. We've referenced the difference between mental health A&D community trust tend trend higher on a sickness absence than acute plus. We've also touched on levels of deprivation. But when you do a comparison of our sickness absence compared to other comparable organisations locally who operate with the same levels of deprivation, the same challenges that we have across the organisation, we are still high. So there's very clearly work we need to do. We started with some sickness absence clinics back in H2 of last year. We historically did sickness absence clinics, I would say about 5 or 6 years ago, that paid dividends, but we didn't continue with those. We started them in H2, and it'd be wrong of me to say the reduction in long-term sickness absence was directly attributable to those clinics because we didn't validate that. We did experience, though, for a month, a 1% reduction. We are continuing with those sickness absence clinics going into this year. We've had Q1s and the rest are scheduled for the rest of the year. But looking at last year's sickness absence, we had a rising position throughout the year with a slight improvement in Q4. But our long-term sickness, our colleagues who are off for more than 28 days or more, continue to increase. We recognise and acknowledge, though, that every one of us sat round this table at some point in our career will need time away from work. So we're not saying we want 0% sickness absence. The target is 4.1% at the end of the planning cycle. Nor do we want to include increased presenteeism within the workforce. When you look at the data is quite stark. We always focus on those colleagues that are having high levels of sickness absence within the organisation. Last year, and I was quite surprised, which I found unusual by this data, 890 colleagues had no period of sickness absence, nearly a quarter of our workforce. 1 in 4 of us didn't have any sickness absence for the previous year. You then look at the 4.1% target, and for a colleague, and for us, what does that really mean? What are we driving at? And we're moving away from 4.1%. If each and every one of us took 2 weeks pro rata to our working hours, 2 weeks sickness absence throughout the course of the year. We hit the target, 4.1%. It's not just about hitting the target, it's that wider support to colleagues, a stable workforce, the impact on patient care. When you look at the numbers of those with no sickness absence and those that are 4.1% or less, just shy of 3,000 colleagues, nearly 3/4 of our workforce. So we have a quarter of our workforce that are taking more than the 4.1%. That is those long-term and sporadic short-term sickness. We focus on the work that we are looking to do to upskill our managers, recognising our 555. Dave's mentioned them earlier today in relation to SDR 5. We've had conversations previously. How do we have those timely interventions and a timely, Richard's referenced, robust welcome back to work discussion? How do we ensure they take place? The CIPD research proves if we have that discussion timely with a colleague, we will have a level of sustained attendance. So the capability of our managers, a coaching conversation, and also having some adult conversations with our workforce. Our initial focus is on long-term sickness, because that is our real outlier there. The proposal is that with the interventions we're putting in place this year, a 1.5% reduction on our current long-term sickness. So we've got the clinic approach, but we've also got the feedback from colleagues that when they go off for a period of long-term sickness, and we accept all sickness absence is genuine, we're not questioning that sat here today, but colleagues describe being feeling as though they've been left by the manager. I come down the priority list. It's not something at the top of the list. So do we reach out to Pauline? How are you today? How are things? And we look at the deficits of Pauline as an individual. What can Pauline not do rather than what can Pauline do to get Pauline back into the workplace? So that's one of the focus from the clinics and the support we're doing to turn it on its head. What can we do to get colleagues back? That is what all NHS organisations should be doing to a certain level across the workforce. We are looking to do something different though with 2 other organisations, Thank You Healthcare and the RDaSH Trust, to really reinforce the support to our colleagues, recognising at times there are managerial breakdowns, relationship breakdowns, and how can we have a discussion between Pauline and an individual who isn't Pauline's manager to facilitate and understand those challenges to get Pauline back into the workforce very timely. So there's some of the more novel approaches that not all organisations are taking, but it is going to be a real challenge and one that we're going to have a period of sustained focus on throughout the course of the year to deliver a reduction in our sickness absence. That reduction in our sickness absence will improve our patient care, would and should have a direct reduction in our bank expenditure because we're not filling those shifts from a safe staffing perspective, but also from a morale perspective. We have nearly 3/4 of the workforce attending work and covering, supporting the colleagues. There's a time when colleagues say, I'm getting myself out of bed, I'm not feeling 100%, but my colleagues around me are not doing that. So how do we foster a team ethos to encourage colleagues to attend work? So they're the main points I wanted to highlight. Very open to questions, comments, reflections.
Yeah, thank you, Carly. Toby, Simon, Maria, Richard, Steve.
It's a great paper and you've already done a lot of the work, Collins. Thank you. I just wanted to say 5 things very quickly that I think we're doing to create the opportunity for you to tell me we're not planning to do any of them more. 3 you've already mentioned. So the clinics, which we think work, the voluntary, if you like, placements of people elsewhere in the organisation, and then the occupational health transition path. Yeah. So those 3 things you've mentioned. The 2 I wanted to draw out that I think are less explicit in the paper for reasons I understand are a much more anticipatory approach to ending people's employment where sickness is clearly going to persist. We have a tradition of waiting till the end of a period before we do that. And then finally, quite a lot of our long-term sickness overlaps with people who are part of investigative procedures or grievance procedures. And so that 4-week time frame that you and I discussed for getting most of our HR processes in and out feels like it links to this paper. So I suppose those were my 5 things, but the latter numbers 4 and 5, I suppose I just wanted to add into the mix, if that's okay.
Would it be helpful if I took all of the questions in the spirit of time and then responded to them all?
Absolutely fine.
Yeah, thanks. So I thought really helpful paper. I just want to sort of put this into context, because I agree with absolutely what Colin said about the benefits of getting colleagues back to work. But just to put some to scale it, so based on the numbers in the paper, I think it was for February, that means 231 colleagues are off sick every day. So we're getting the 1.5 long-term sickness reduction. That's 52 colleagues back to work every day. I was trying then not to put a financial number on that, which I'm still not going to do, but it does equate to equivalent of a 1% CIP, which when we consider the national CIP was 2%. You know, and it's not for financial reasons, but the knock-on of getting colleagues back to work, the care to the patients, almost the care to the wider team. You know, this is absolutely what we need to focus on, and Toby's articulated far better than I could what we're doing, but the impact will be across so many different areas.
Yeah, thank you so much. Maria.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, a brilliant paper, really detailed, lots of information there. So I've got a couple of quick questions, and I just think the topic that I really wanted to talk about is which means that this one we're not well. So I'll start with the things that we've been talking about mainly. So when you talk about anxiety, stress, and depression being quite high up the list, can we go and get any data on whether that's work related or otherwise, and whether there's any difference there in where that's dealt with? Then the second one was around. Then you talked about MSK. And I thought, what are the impacts on long waiting lists in neighbouring trusts? You know, we're doing all this wonderful work around 4-week waiting lists, but if people around us aren't doing it, then our staff are going to be in waiting lists elsewhere, which is going to prevent them from coming into work. I would have thought, particularly for MSK kind of issues, because they're waiting for surgery, that kind of stuff. Then I wanted to raise 2.7, where it talked about 56.9% of colleagues in 2025 came into work when they didn't feel well. And I just wondered what the impact of that was on infection control. And I was thinking, and declared interest here. So I spent many years during the COVID pandemic. People don't really like to talk about the COVID pandemic, but we were more able to talk about this back then with groups like Clinically Extremely Vulnerable Families, Forgotten Lives UK. And when I was at the BMA, I did a lot of work with my colleagues there around making healthcare accessible for people that are extremely vulnerable. Now, you will have extremely vulnerable people within your workforce, and you've also got those patients. We know, for example, that people with severe mental illness will have worse outcomes from different infections. That's why they're on the vaccine list, that's why some can take virus, etc. So I'm just wondering what the impact of these 56.9% of colleagues coming in unwell has, A, on spreading it amongst the workforce, and B, the impact on patients. And then I wondered how that fits in with the agile working policy and the flexible working policy. And is there something there that can be done for those in roles that are able to do it? Now, if someone doesn't feel well enough to perform the duties, there's a question of whether they should be doing it, because there's a potential for negligence there, isn't there? But if they're well enough to work, but they're not, they might be spreading things around them. There should be that halfway measure, shouldn't there, to make sure they're not passing things around. Which could lead into bigger discussions around the estate planning with HEPA filtration, ventilation, that kind of stuff. But I just wanted to flag that really is it's kind of the opposite of what you're talking about, but it's worth information.
Do you want to take those 3, Karen? Are you all right? Richard.
Building on the preventative stuff, just interested to see if there's a piece of work to be done with GPs about the, I was going to say aggressive use of fit notes, but the correct use of fit notes. I worked in Australia for a while under a Medicare system there, which has what's called workers' compensation, and a lot of the employment issue stuff was incredibly well managed. It really was granular about, as a GP and the patient's advocate, how you helped someone get back to work. And I think we'll agree there's a tendency under pressure for time. Sick note, not fit note.
So I think there's a national policy change that's coming out. So sick notes are going to be taken away from GPs to a different occupational service, which will assess and make a decision on what will happen to that individual. And I think that's probably been received quite well from.
Just worry about the capacity issues to deliver.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks both of you. I've got 4 more people, so keep it snappy, people, please. Steve.
Thanks, Colin. Cracking report. So we've seen turnover remain quite stable throughout the year. There's been a slight uptick in April in leavers. Just is there any correlation with those people tipping into long-term sick and becoming leavers? And is there any more work we need to do around that?
Thank you, Steve. Sarah.
Yes, again, really good paper, and I like the novel ideas that you were talking about. They're likely to be discussed amongst colleagues inside the institution. Just 2 things I was just interested in my questions. One was, we've got a wellbeing policy, but is there something in this around how to keep yourself well? You know, what people can do to keep themselves well. And also, it's also part of our culture, isn't it? About being part of a team and being there if you can, but obviously you don't want to be spreading your germs as such. But we've tried to capture some of that in our recruitment process, haven't we, around what it is that we'd expect of individuals. I'm wondering whether there's a case of putting something in there around what, you know, our approach to sickness and what we expect of individuals. But on the other hand, there's like a bit of a charter. On the other hand, we'll support you to get back into work. I think the sooner you start talking about it, because what made me think about it was the fact that when we were looking at our survey, we've got more positive results from those people who are new to us than those who've been here long term. I'm wondering whether we can just build on that, you know, to make it more part of how we do our business really and support people.
Thank you, Sarah. That's, thank you. Richard, Sir Richard.
2 highest trusts are, well, I know we're mental health and community, but is there anything contextually we have to think about in terms of us being a mental health? It might be that just has it having a conversation.
Yeah, thank you, Richard. And last but not least, you.
I'll leave mine with the explicit.
You sure, because take a quick one if you want. Back to Carly.
Thank you. So I can't necessarily group some of the questions. I was hoping by taking them all, I'd be able to group them. That hasn't quite worked. So starting with Toby's question, long-term sickness and the timely cessation of employment where the occupational health advice is very clear the colleague's not in a position to return to work. We've got a mixed approach across the organisation from when I've done the clinics. Some managers are taking that decision once the occupational health advice is really clear and really transparent, and that's the approach that should happen. Okay. We have some managers though, the NHS is very generous with the nationally agreed terms and conditions. We have 6 months full pay, 6 months half pay, dependent on length of service. Some managers are waiting until the 12-month mark to have that final review meeting with colleagues. That isn't best practice, it isn't how it should be happening. So we're unpicking some of that cultural drift with our managers. That for the remainder of this year won't happen because we've got the clinics doing the sense check as part of that. But some managers are saying to me that I'm trying to be kind and compassionate to the individuals. Well, some of those individuals need some closure and the ability to move on to something different. So that is an issue for us. Toby is right. A proportion of our long-term sickness cases are linked to investigations, grievances, disciplinary hearings. So we're very much focused on a timely investigation process, exploring a centralised investigation team, outsourcing a number of our investigations. There's an NHS organisation that does the investigations for a neighbouring NHS trust, doesn't require managerial support, doesn't require HR support. They run with it, produce a report straight into a process or not. We're exploring all of those because it is a factor. It most definitely is a factor. So Simon's point in relation to the cost of sickness absence, there's a report that's readily available on ESR, the electronic record, that details by each individual employee the cost of the sickness absence. chose not to include that, but I could have included just the pure cost of that individual being off. That doesn't cover the backfill arrangements and such like, any overtime, anything else, any missed patient appointments, but managers have that information readily available, as do we across the organisation. So then moving on to Maria's point, anxiety, stress and depression. Do we have an electronic breakdown? Yes and no. It depends on the coding that our managers do. So you can do a coding, it's called an S1, S2, S3 categories. S1 is anxiety, stress, depression. S2 would be work or personal. We're not great with the S2 coding, so that primarily would be a manual trawl. We are picking up that those part of the long-term sickness clinics to have that discussion and how can we support those individuals. Because part of that is key to the work with Band Human Healthcare and the RDaSH Trust to have that directed support for those. MSK and a waiting list from a physio perspective. We've got an internal physio as part of our occupational health contract. It's a pay-as-you-go element. It isn't restrictive for colleagues. They are accessing those. From the surgery though, we're not in a position where we can offer the surgery, but that's something that nationally they are picking back up. How can we prioritise NHS colleagues, given if we get them back to work timely, the impact they have on the wider communities. 2.7 of the report in relation to the presenteeism, that's taken from our staff survey data from last year. It isn't only infection prevention and control. From an IPC perspective, we have within our policy framework for DMV, colleagues have 48 hours not to attend work. We are flexible where that colleague's able to return to work, but work from a home environment. So we do consider that, and we do still support those colleagues that we're aware of from the COVID days with the shielding and such like, and the wider support available to those. Richard, proactive work with the GPs, most definitely. A number of our sick notes are currently 3-4 months. Stress. No recommendations in which for the colleague to return to work. There is a however, we have the occupational health service where we can ask for a case conference, have a discussion about the individual, what can they do, and the occupational health advice trumps the GP advice, and that's the advice that we progress on. Do we use that thoroughly and robustly? No. A number of our managers are wary of that approach and feel we've got a sick note and that's what they should be working with, and that's part of the cultural change with the action plan for each colleague as part of the long-term sickness clinics. Steve touched on the slight increase in turnover. I wouldn't say it's a predominant factor for colleagues having a period of long-term sickness and then leaving, but we do have a number. We have a small number, and you tend to see when someone's planning for the retirement, there might be a period of absence just before the retirement, and some of the approach from some of our managers, not consistently but being really open and transparent, is there's no point. I've already got the resignation, they're going in 2 months, I'm not going to get them back, I'm wasting my time. So again, it's shifting that dial and managing the expectations. Sarah, most definitely, how do we keep ourselves well to attend work and be our best self? That reinforces the discussions we're having from a mass perspective, individuals taking ownership and thinking about what can they do. We have, I mean, nearly said comprehensive, but I'm not sure. We have a health and wellbeing offer that has a range of physical activities. There's probably only a very slim proportion of colleagues within the workforce that access those. I'll have that data next week, and it's a very small proportion that are accessing those facilities. But we've touched on Toby's paper from a volunteering perspective. Later on in the year, colleagues will have that ability to go out of RDaSH and do something different. That helps with our resilience, our giving back to our communities. The culture part of the team, the transparency, most definitely a great suggestion there to build on our expectations. This is what we will give to you in return for the expectations from you. Richard finally from the Mental Health Trust, I touched on at the start of the discussion, mental health trusts do tend to trend higher from a sickness absence perspective. That isn't unique to South Yorkshire or North Lincolnshire, that's across the country, but mental health trusts outside of RDaSH have made significant progress. So it can be done, and we need to have that dedicated effort and energy. We're a mental health, LD and community trust. We span a wide range of services, but you would expect, being a mental health trust, we're very good at supporting colleagues with mental health concerns. That doesn't always come to the fore with us, so that's a challenge for us.
Thank you, Colleen, for all the items. We bring this to a close. Could I just ask you to note the intended focus on long-term sickness for the first 12 months and the suggested 1.5% reduction. The wider support that we can offer, as Colleen has outlined. Recognise the focused work in this area and the wider work streams being considered and implemented. It's a broader base, Colleen, and delegate the review and scrutiny of the approach and delivery to Sarah's People and OD committee, which I'm sure she likes the task if you are prepared to accept it. But yeah, obviously the detail will go to Paul. Can I ask you to agree all of that?
Yes, Chair. Yes, Chair. And if colleagues could just recognise that this constitutes our board agreed sickness plan response, because in the regional letter of compliance, it's actually the only one of the 4 conditions that makes any rational sense. So if people just acknowledge that this is the plan, if anybody from region ever asks you, we'll crack on from there.
If you could just note that in your head, this is our response. We've one more item to go before we ask Gary, who is with us, to speak. Hi, Gary. Thank you. We've got one more item to go, and then then you're going to be able to start later.
Don't worry.
So, if we can move to the 25-26 serious patient safety incident learning update from Steve. We will look forward to Steve telling us what the data are driving us and the action outlined working at scale. And we'll give it over to Steve and then we'll move to Gary. So over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm really excited to present this in the second series of papers. And I think it's really important to acknowledge that, because this isn't a one-off that the board has done to discuss what the actions and learning were from the previous school year PSAIs, because of course they've spoke to things or action plans that turn green, get forgotten, and then reappear and some years later. These are known as the Zygarnik effect, if anybody wants to look at that. Which is why I think I just want to stress the importance of it coming here again. Because rather than turning last year's action plan green, there's a real honest transparency to the discussion here around how do we show measurable and continued improvements in certainly the 9 themes that we identified from last year's most serious incidents. So I suppose there's 3 boxes, Chair, that I wanted the board consider about where impact is evident. So I think where we're seeing the impact of some of our learning is around our referral and access. So Richard talks articulately around the 4-week wait and how people know when they're going to be seen and how people access services through System Connect. We certainly haven't had any further incidents around people who have slipped through any of the gaps in terms of their referral and access. Then secondly, we're definitely seeing impact in around our risk practices. So adopting the nationally aligned risk assessment and the work that we're doing through education and learning. And we've seen no new incidents that have cited risk tool failures as learning. Then I think the second box where we really need to think about where we're seeing some early signs, but are not kind of consistently achieving is around our physical health, particularly in mental health wards. We have seen a reduction in the high usage of some of our benzodiazepines, which we knew was a contributing factor. So we know we are consistently lower in prescribing. And I think another area where we're seeing improvement is around our crisis response, not only to people in the community, but also in terms of seclusion as well. And a lot of that work can be attributed to the work undertaken through the HQTC. And certainly the team and Richard's team around our outcome metrics as well that are more visible to us. And then I suppose the final box is where evidence is still lacking. And I think being really open and transparent, of course, documentation features there was a fundamental baseline of good care. We know that, for example, when a doctor sees somebody, and Dr. Height and I have had a conversation about this, how long that then takes to transpire into a letter for the GP as an example. But also nurses on the ward, we know there is a cultural slip around long day, what's known as long day entries. So not a contemporaneous record of early shift, late shift, or a change in care, but saving up records until the last thing before handover. So there is significant, and Toby's blogged about this, and of course we are targeting that as learning across all of the care groups, not just in mental health. And of course the always measures look to tackle some of these fundamentals, and one of the consistent themes that we still see is around the lack of family involvement and engagement in terms of crisis and care planning. And then probably the last one I want to draw board's attention to, that we still are lacking evidence, is around our transitions and discharges. Whilst the new safeguards in place, certainly around disengagement, the very reason why we had the early discussion, and Toby has said that we will look to seek to understand disengagement, is why I put that in that box, Chair.
Thank you, Steve. Toby.
I think that's really helpful, Pedro, as you say. Doing this regularly is really important. I think we owe that to the 8 patients concerned, don't we?
Yeah.
So, like you, I am not persuaded that the transitional safeguards are currently in place. Like you, I am not persuaded that the documentation is currently there. I'm happy to accept your advice on risk formulation, happy to accept your advice on carer involvement. I guess the point I'm building to, I think on the safer staffing or the staffing material, I'd feel more content if there was really clear documentation of how the safer staffing huddles the decisions that they're making. I think that was an audit outcome, as I recall, from that audit that we disputed. So that would help me with my confidence. But the point I'm building to is, when do you think over this year we may be able to look at compelling data on documentation and on transition safeguards? Because I think it's only data that's going to help me to get over my concern. Data and stories, but definitely data. So it's a when question, if that's reason.
Absolutely.
No more questions, Steve. So
Okay, so I think if we could define what the transition safeguards may look like, Toby, I think if we can have a think about that rather than me offer an immediate response without due thought and consideration, because I want to get that right, because I think it's really important.
But is the pre and post leave risk checklist something that we are able to visualise and say, in Mulberry in September, how many times was that meaningfully filled out?
I'm looking to Dr. Heighton as a administrator of Section 17 leave.
I mean, honestly, I don't know.
Okay, that's fine. No, that's fine.
In terms of pre and post leave.
Okay. So I will take that one away. Sorry, Steve.
So that was why I was slightly
No, that's fine.
so I didn't want to give any.
No, I informed the impression, just to explain, I informed the impression through the Mental Health Act Committee that we were able to demonstrate our Section 17 leave position. And so I recognise that conversation. So it's helpful to be cautious. Let's go and have a look.
In terms of documentation, absolutely. So I would want to start, we will start monitoring that, certainly for the nurses in Q1.
Okay.
Dr. Heighton has issued, and we've stipulated guidance. The delivery of that is still not being sustained, has it, Dr. Heighton? So I'm slightly more cautious in terms of the documentation metric for our doctor colleagues.
Right. Good.
And that's dominantly in community settings, you know, in terms of how long it takes to generate a letter after a community appointment.
But I'm hoping, because that our deployment of AVT over the course of the next 12 months will both speed that up and necessarily mean we can have a data flow to see when it's happening, if you see what I mean. I may be mistaken. That's what I'm hoping for.
It's the intervening period. So
I understand that. But there is hope. That's what I'm getting.
Thank you. I've got 3 further questions. I'm going to keep saying this, but just use your time efficiently. Rachel, Colleen, David. Rachel.
Yeah, just a very quick point in terms of family and carer involvement, just for clarity, that it wasn't, that it was about the staff not engaging with carers and families rather than carers and families not wanting to engage.
it's the former, not the latter.
Yeah, just wanted to check that out. And I'm pleased to see that obviously some work has happened, but you don't feel that we're there yet, because we need that consistency, which obviously links to all the promise too. But we know there's been some huge improvements, but still work to do.
Yeah. So promise 2 and always measure 3 and 4.
Thanks.
Thank you. 2 points, Steve. So looking at the table under section 3, it appears to run in date order. So PSAI 884, is that from the early part of last year? And if so, what are some of the challenges with the action plan being finalised? And then the second comment was in relation to training. There's a lot of reliance on training to deliver the required improvements. The research is very clear, training in isolation won't deliver the required improvements. So what are we doing alongside the training?
I'm going to give you your question, David, then I'll bring Steve in to answer them both.
Are we confident given the frontline teams that we're expecting to do all this, the right conditions? So it touches absolutely, as an example, with the ambient voice technology to help support it, because time is scarce. So does that help? But it goes back to this perennial disappointment thing. You know, if we keep trying to fix these things, it's a bit of a whack-a-mole rather than trying to go, I accept the safe staffing, as we said in QC, but have we given enough resources, time, space for people to be able to do the jobs that we're asking of them? Because otherwise we'll just keep being disappointed.
Thank you. Come back to Steve.
Can you just give me the PSI numbers?
884.
What page does this appear on?
Page 198. Under section 3, it's the first one on the table.
Sure.
And now you're 53 series.
What in relation to this?
The table seems to run in date order. And then I questioned if it runs in date order, that was the first one. So is that in April, May of 25, over 12 months ago? And what's the delay in the action plan?
Super, that's really helpful. Thank you. So this was a incident that has involved police investigation, as which the serious fracture has not been concluded whether it was related to the incident which involved a member of staff. As such, the investigation has concluded that, subject to understanding, was the injury a direct result of the incident, has delayed the production of the action plan, because it's quite crucial to what that determines. Then your other question around training, I think, is somewhat similarly linked to Dave's around how do we create the right environment. So there are a number of things that perhaps the report should lend itself to talk to. So, for example, we've got system and IT redesigns with Richard's teams around Bridget and the System Connect that provides to have mobile notes that occur. We've funded and secured money to ensure that each of the ward environments have got what Dermot is framing the towers of power. So those mobile charging banks that allow staff to do that and ensure they've got enough handsets. So there is a lot of work undertaken. And of course, to sustain this, that's why Toby and Dr. Graham worked diligently to ensure that learning half days were sustained and really taken seriously, where a number of these things feature alongside the training to ensure that that Zeigarnik effect of not remembering the order at the end of the day, but remembering it in the moment, is ensuring that we continue to talk about that, because organisational memory can get lost with this high turnover of staff as well. And so sometimes there is a change, but the person who is new to the organisation doesn't understand the change, or that person who talks about the change doesn't understand where it first came from. That's analogy of where the monkeys are getting the bananas off the tree and the spraying water at them. It is that type of how do we make it kind of ubiquitous and continue to talk about it, which is why we've really honed in on those 9 key themes from last year as a focus for following those through, because they are fundamentals of care, if you like. When you think about the 9, documentation through to family engagement, people in crisis, etc. Those are the things we've really got to get right.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. And it is good to see the second of these reports here, Steve. It really is, and to know the progress. So you are required to note the significant process and assurance outlined in the report, including evidence that the majority of safety actions from 24-25, 25-26 have been delivered, are on track, and that RDaSH's patient safety learning approach is aligned with national expectations. Recognise the ongoing areas of risk highlighted, the need for further improvement in clinical documentation standards and consistent carer involvement, the importance of sustained focus to ensure these improvements are fully embedded and residual safety risks are mitigated.
So I can accept the second recommendation.
Okay.
I don't think the first one follows from the discussion we've had.
I was wondering.
I think it's rather too reassuring, because I think Steve's been quite candid about where our gaps are. Dave's been very helpful about where's our confidence. I think the first round, unless I've misheard it.
So I tried to get in before. And
no, I'm so sorry. No, it's not. I'm not trying to compete, but
no. Because I was going to preempt that, just that very discussion that we're not on track. We need to be clear what the timeline is for us to be on track, and by virtue of you saying, Toby, what is the evidence measure of, for example, contemporaneous notes? When's the timeline?
Sure.
That makes it really clear, actually more tangible for a board, but also for our community and patients to see that we are continuing to not turn things green, but ensure that we continue to monitor and manage that as well.
So we all clear what we're actually doing now? We're all okay? So can we agree the recommendations as amended? Thank you. Thanks very much. And we do now come, Gary is with us. We come to our patient story, if I can tell the patient properly. Gary, you can either speak from where you are or you can come and sit with me, whichever is more comfortable for you.
Down there.
Yeah, maybe it's nice.
Maybe it's nice.
Oh, yeah. Make it space, Gary.
Make it space is the sunny space.
I've got what's got a whiskey later.
After midday.
You'll have seen this on the agenda. Gary is sharing his story with us as a veteran and someone who has access services. I'm going to hand straight over to Gary to tell you the story. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you know, Gary Cox, veteran, also former military, law enforcement, and terrorism. Where I come from is, I suppose, a very layered approach to all the experiences, traumas, incidents that have happened, not just me, but to any veteran, any individual you'll come across. And it was last year, 2 serious events occurred in my own community, on our house, where it was 2 serious threats to life. First one started the old way, it's incident management, dealt with it abruptly until the police arrived, and then subsequently police investigation took place. They compounded certain issues and certain factors because the delaying factor that was coming from them to investigate it promptly, which then led into an incident on the 4th of August, which was a more serious event where I physically had to intervene, or rather I was going to intervene, and my wife pulled me back. But this is where the switch came in, where I am now with you guys. All I saw was myself going back in the sky and my leg coming up in the air, and the brain thinking, here we go again.
Little did I know then, and 2 moments later, that was linking into a bomb explosion when I was on duty for the military. And that was the scene, the last thing my brain saw before I got smacked into the compound wall. It's my leg and the sky, and you're going, what's happening here? And you shut completely down. On the phone to the police, my wife was, and then all of a sudden I woke up hours later, didn't know where I was, didn't know what happened. Severe pain on the right hand side, and I'm laying in between the patio door and the living room, and I've completely had what is now termed to me by the clinical people at Courage, a massive PTSD breakdown. I started having the smell, the senses, the taste, burning flesh. Oh, you're grabbing your dinner, aren't we?
All right. Just both.
Can I be explicit?
Please.
Yeah.
It's burning flesh, the feces, the rotting corpses and everything, and all the image was coming at me like one of them things you look at in a light, it's ticking around, you can see all the little images. And that was it, I was gone, I was out of it. And with the medical help came about the recommendations for crisis team. But before the crisis team got involved, I was utilising and grabbing back my old sort of knowledge briefcase, contact SAFA, contact forces line, contact combat stress, and then help the heroes. The reason I contacted all of those is because previously as a volunteer and as a divisional manager for SAFA, this is what I was referring people through to contact these people and help them along the way. Now I was the one needing the help. But because of the situation was so severe, combat stress didn't have a clue of how to handle it, which I thought was a bit of a kick in the teeth, really, because they claim they can deal with PTSD, but it transpired that they could only do it remotely, and that was something that was not needed in my case, as well as a lot of other veterans as well. Help for Heroes, they were very, very good, but they couldn't help either, because they are not set up for physical face-to-face interactions, so they were remote. That then led into crisis team. And the first point of contact with the crisis team was slightly traumatic, I'll say the least, because the phone system, when I answered, picked up the phone, it just led me to throw my mobile phone across the room. Too many answer this, press one for this, press one for that, press one for that. Now, afterwards, you can understand why it's there. But for somebody who's been used to 30, 40 years, direct, switch on, speak to somebody, deal with this, let's do it, dynamic risk assessment, incident control. You wanted something, my brain's function that I wanted something straight away. And you weren't there. And it was the patience of my wife that took the phone and sat through it until I spoke to, I think it was Lizzie, and then became the phone assessments and triage and treatments through the crisis team. Until such a point, a few weeks later, another incident occurred, but this was, I suppose you'd class it as organisational abuse from the professionals that should be dealing with the crime, and they exacerbated it a lot further. So then there was a conversation between me and my wife sat in the conservatory one morning, I think it was Sunday morning, we just gave up all hope. And one thing that is evidently clear with most veterans, if not all of them that you deal with, they are in a position where they will go out, they'll deal with incidents, they will take lives, but because they have to, but they're also not afraid to take their own and die. That was what was coming there. Mm-hmm. Then you guys got involved and realised this is a family approach. It's not Gary, it's everybody else. So I was taken to Tickhill Hospital. And from that moment on, from meeting the team there, I realised this was going to work. Even the trauma that I was going through, this was going to work, because they weren't just looking at me, they were looking at my wife, they were looking at my daughter, discussing with them. They were putting safeguarding methods in for my wife, for my daughter, who to speak to, who to direct comms through, to help me, to help them.
And we then had face-to-face meetings, both my wife and everybody else in Tickle Road Hospital. Phenomenal. Cannot thank those people enough at Tickle Road Hospital. And the assessments and the triage, then there was a clinician, a consultant that came, sitting at a chat with us, make sure the medication was right. But not only that, he asked if my wife required medication or anything else. I can triage my wife. It was like you were in a bubble of care that you'd never experienced before going on. So from an RDaSH clinical crisis team point of view, it was fantastic from my perspective and from my wife's perspective. Because you weren't just looking at the individual, although the individual needed it, but it was the family approach there which locked into everything else that was going on. Then came the signposting from my GP services to Up Courage. Up Courage is a recently new thing that's going on, and they are still learning as well. But I was then passed on to Up Courage, but not in a way that stopped me from crisis team, break, Up Courage. It was like a traffic light approach, red, amber, green. I was in the amber stage, so I was neither red nor green, but still had the handhold from the crisis team into Up Courage. So any time I fell back into the crisis team and the family network of support there. Until such time Up Courage opened the doors and I was in with them. And now, months down the line, I'm on phase 3 with Up Courage, and it is really working. It's tough, but it's really working. One of the things as a veteran, I suppose, I get shouted at you about Mr. Shah, is it comorbid? We have a multi-layered set of experiences that we carry around with us. I call it the rucksack effect. Until you let go of that rucksack, you're picking that up every single day of what you've got. And these horrors and everything, you think of, most of them are put to bed. And you put that to bed by 360 appraisals after incident management. And you can analyse it, you can lock that away. But there was 3 particular incidents that were still rolling around in this factory inside me that I thought was put to bed and hadn't been. One was the bomb going off. Another one was a terrorist committed suicide by opening up everything as we went in to effect the takedown. And these things were still in there. But these 2 incidents that occurred at home woke up those 3 incidents, and it just cracked up inside my head. And now we're locking them down, we're analysing them, everything. But I know through courage and convictions, there's still that contact with crisis team if ever I needed it. And the link in there is the professional conduct of crisis team helped me on my way with Up Courage. And that's where we are now with it. So that's the much I'm going to give you right now.
We are hugely grateful for you being with us.
Yeah.
And, no, that wasn't.
No, it rocks you, but it's still up and down. But yeah, I mean, if you want to ask questions, ask. I'm quite happy to answer what I can. Yeah.
Questions? Jude?
Thank you ever so much for your story, because it's really, really important for us to hear, because as you say, this isn't about one person, one experience. And what we know is that often people can have lots of different experiences, but then there'll be a tipping point around something and it takes you off your feet because it's not something you expected to be.
Yeah.
But I think for me, what you've spoken about understanding the system and 2 systems. One, the system of traumatic experiences for you, but also 2, the importance of the system that is around you, particularly your wife, and also the care provision. And it's really important because these things don't happen in isolation, do they? And in the armed forces, you have also that other system, don't you, that surrounds you at the time, which provides a contextual experience. And that's different from people who aren't veterans and have have experiences that are separate. So I think I just wanted to thank you for also the attention that you brought to us about the importance of systems.
Totally agree. The military government life and everything is slap it on the back of the head and move on, and you laugh about it and joke about it. And if it was a perfect world, we'd go back and every incident that we were involved with, dealt with throughout the world, you would analyse it reflectively, 360, and come up with other solutions to lock that away. But this isn't the real world. The real world is it stays in there sometimes, and it does come out by whatever means. Yeah, we can be our own worst enemies, really, as veterans, and I think we're the most complex people on this planet. Not by, I suppose, yeah, by choice, because you volunteer to go in as a young soldier and do that type of work. And
But the training sometimes to lock it down, can be hard when you have to let it go.
Yeah, one of the biggest things I found is we are trained up to do the unspeakable, also to defend people's lives and change communities and develop health going forward. You're not decompressed afterwards. You self-decompress much, and I think is a very, very dangerous thing to do, because I've not got those skills to self-decompress and lock it away. Do you think you have? But you haven't. As I can now justify and testify, crisis team of courage. I now know we need that.
I've got Richard and Tony. Richard.
Yeah, two questions slightly relevant. I'm a forces baby, and I know when my father came out of the army, the family didn't survive that transition, so that decompression bit isn't handled well, I think. You talked, thank you, and it's really nice to hear the story about the crisis services, and I suppose the key word there is crisis. And sometimes you don't know until you get to that point. But is there anything you think we as an organisation could do to get upstream a little bit more before people get to crisis? And I shape that slightly to men in particular. I don't know if you've got any thoughts on that.
Yeah, I break down the barriers of shame and pride.
Yeah.
Because one of the biggest things that hit me during this process is I kept saying I feel totally ashamed for what I've done.
Yeah.
My pride's gone. I'm nobody anymore. And it was that barrier that was stopping me reaching out.
Yeah.
I suppose also the play on words was the crisis team. I've never been in a crisis. I've been involved in incidents, but why am I in a crisis now? And all these things are rattling around in your head. You don't want to ask for help. You think, I've been through all this. I can deal with it. I can manage it. No, you can't. There's no way on this earth you can manage it until you only know that when that bomb goes off. I suppose more publicity around. And I don't want to just speak about veterans, because this is other people as well, because they've got people with family of veterans and that. There was, when I walked into crisis team for the first time, one of the things they did was put me in a corridor with my wife. And as they went through the secure door and shut it, the lights went off. Immediately I saw a red light. I was back in an APC personnel carrier with everything going off outside. And I tried getting out that corridor, and it was my wife that said, "No, calm down." Just little things like that to be sort of self-aware of, but also the fact that there was nothing there in this crisis room to say you deal with veterans and everything. Maybe something like that going forward, just to put out there. But also to highlight the fact in the veterans community, in the community itself, we are here for everybody, including veterans and that. Because I know from dealing with items and people from a sapper's perspective, when I was working with those, it wasn't something we directly were through, say, Forces Line, Royal British Legion. And I'll hold my hands up on that side of it as well. I never referred anybody through the crisis. We deal with you in-house. So I can say now, we needed that crisis team first. That crisis team not being involved with me, we won't be having this talk now. Because the focus line at Safford didn't do any good. Combat Stress promised, didn't. Health for Heroes explained why they couldn't. That was acceptable. And Royal British Legion just couldn't do anything about it. They all say that, and I can say that from experience. Crisis team puts me in this chair today talking to you guys. Of Courage is doing the professional side of it. Without crisis team, I wouldn't have a wife today. My daughter would be missing both of us. That's why I'm sat here today.
Thank you. Toby, and then Steve, and then we'll break from just two.
I was going to say, Toby, on the tube there, nice to see you, and I hope you can stay for lunch if you wanted to, because I'm sure colleagues have got more questions. The comment I had was, what's really struck me in listening to you is how very important it is for you to retain that contact with crisis when you need it. And I made that comment because in a lot of our board discussions, I'm certainly guilty of wanting to work out when people can leave services and move on to something else in order to create space for people to be able to come into services, if I'm making sense. Yeah. But it feels that it's very important to you, even though you're involved with our Courage, to retain that capability to have contact with the crisis team. So one of the things I'll take from your story is how we ensure that availability to people.
I see it as a dynamic link.
Sure.
I'm fully with Up Courage.
Yeah.
Up Courage doesn't work fully 24 hours a day.
Yeah.
I know that if anything happened, crisis is my first fight call.
Understood.
To diffuse the bomb going off before I go back to Up Courage next week. So yeah, it's spot on.
Okay. Thank you. Steve, last one.
Gary, obviously I'm the chief nurse, and I just want to say thanks, as Judith, for your story, but also for your service to the British Army as well, with a career that spanned over 35 years. So thank you for that, Gary, on behalf of the board. I like the motto that you hold and keep with you, that leave no one behind, leave no one down, and a single hand can help a generation. I thought that was really powerful. And as you just said, maybe you could have something around how we take care of veterans. That almost becomes a motto or something that we can really hold on to, because I thought that was really, really powerful, Gary. I'm conscious that these incidents happened only last year, August and October. So you are still on that journey, aren't you? Definitely. Yeah. And I was really disappointed on the response they got from South Yorkshire Police. And I almost felt like I need to do something about that. I'm not saying let's go and sort them out, but there is something about perhaps them hearing your story as well, because it's a really positive story here. And I'm really pleased that that's the experience that you had at RDaSH, because we don't always get that right when we look at, you will have heard the conversation, and I was conscious you were behind me over my shoulder, where we don't get that right for families and carers. So I suppose it's the ingredients that why we got that right in your circumstance and how we don't seem to get it right in others. But I just want to thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, two things. There was a critical point in one of the contacts I had with the police, and this was down at Force Headquarters, and it was a video conversation. It could have gone drastically wrong, but something inside me set the fire going, and I came back at this police officer. He said, I quote his words, because it's all on video camera recorded, "We need to get you into custody." I was the victim. "We need to get you into custody." And when I questioned him, I says, "Why?" "Because you've got PTSD and we need to get you out of the way." The guy got schooled, even though I was going through trauma. It switched me back into fight mode. The guy got schooled there and then. He did apologise. But if that's the opinion the police have, and blocking people away straight away, maybe not just veterans, for other people, instead of analysing what's going on and having the specialist skills to deal with that and move forward, they're going to cause more problems in the community with people who's requiring crisis. And on the other side of it, yeah, there was no sort of, we need to get the family involved with this. I didn't see that at all. It's a case of, this is what we do at crisis. This is what we're doing for you. We know your wife is suffering. It was a global thing that I experienced with crisis team. I didn't sit there with my wife next to me and that and think, this is just for me. Kate's holding my hand here. They were talking to me and talking to Kate, dealing with me, passing things on. They were doing a lot of signposting as well, which was really, really good. Because Kate went away from there, my wife, with like a suitcase full of numbers, who to contact, who to speak with. And the words when we walked out there that first day, and I met everybody in the Tickle Road Hospital, was, we are getting the help we need. And that was evident all the way through.
Thank you so much. Thank you for being with us and being so honest with us. Please do tell us which you'd like to. That would be lovely. And we will follow up with a lot of things that you've told us on our clinicians will, and as Toby said, we'll take that. I'm glad you are. Yeah, big learning curve for me. So thank you for that. And with that, we will break for lunch. Thank you.
1:40, if anybody's confused about when we've got to restart.
Yeah.
When we start 1:40, we're knackered.
Sure. If we can pop back to agenda item 23, get the right glasses on, which is another one of our agenda items where we simply take questions. You will get more chance on the agenda item private after the board meeting. So this is the well-led externally commissioned development review. So you've all been engaged in this for the past 3 months or so with TVC. And so we have time in our private session later on, and TVC colleagues will be with us for that session. But perhaps to highlight the link to previous reports about well-led and to the related provider capability assessment framework, which you may remember we did and Phil did, and it was spot on when it fell in. Yeah, but they agreed that we've done it right.
Yes.
Yeah. Which is moving in the right direction. So we will take questions. We are receiving and noting the review report, this part of the agenda. So are there any questions that people would like to ask at this point prior to we are in public, and it's important that we're going to see to be debating in public, but we will obviously, there is time later on. More than happy to take questions.
I suppose the comment from me, it felt about right. Sometimes you read these things and it sort of, you know, you think, are they looking at the same thing we're looking at and so on? But, you know, it didn't, to me, Captain, I know, you know, his colleagues know there's some slightly painful elements, but yeah, it felt about right.
Yeah.
Clearly some of the recommendations are a bit low level, and we'll come to that in the response, but felt about, I know Pauline and Phil were pleased with it as well.
Yeah, they sort of moved in, I think we've got the development review.
I think it's about right. I think it highlights what we're good at, where we shine, and equally holds us to account on areas where perhaps we need to improve.
Yes, yeah, I agree with what's been said. And it's also the way the public sector organisations, same sort of issues are coming up. And it shows that, you know, a lot of changes going on, a lot of complexities, a lot of challenges. And I think, you know, there's a proper commitment that we can talk about later on and get where we want to get. But it's a generational thing, I think.
Yeah.
It'll take time.
Yeah, thank you, Siobhan. Steve.
Actually, yeah, so I suppose what's the follow-up to it? So, for example, if we don't take we haven't taken the recommendation around having an SDR linked to a financial risk, how do we follow that up and show that in the year or post a year or so on, how that benefited the way that we conducted in board or continued to develop post the recommendations?
So next steps, Toby, perhaps you could.
Well, I think Steve makes an interesting point. So when we come back, which the paper says in July, we might try and get it in June, but let's be clear which things we are going to do and which things we're not going to do. And then your point is, well, how would we sort of maybe have a second think about that a year on if we think something's not necessary? So maybe it's as simple as that. That's a good point.
Yeah,
it's a good point, I think.
And I think we've had 6 monthly well-led readiness assessments over the last couple of years. And I think, you know, to the point that this is a report and it's having something to do, I think it's going to continue to think about our readiness in terms of being well-led after the CQC readiness. That's right.
Yeah.
I see that it carries on. I think.
Yeah, thank you, Phil. And thank you. You know, this hasn't been without a lot of hard work by many people, including Phil and the team. So we shouldn't pass on without just acknowledging the contributions everyone made. Simon.
Yeah, having read the report and also having gone through a CQC well-led in November, I think this report puts us in a really strong place to get good, at least good, when CQC land. And I think linked to Steve's point, yes, they're their recommendations, but we've all said, we can choose to accept them or not. But it is then building on this as a helpful tool going forward.
So I think we've got to use it as such a way. Simon, I think that is a very good. Thank you, everybody. So, yes, sorry, Richard.
I think it's been quite a week, so I might be just a bit. I read it and I thought, okay, and I was slightly worried about being lulled into a false sense of security. Not in a negative way, but just to sort of remain open to what else we need to be thinking about. That was all.
Yeah, that's a good point. This is important, and I do think it gives us a footprint as to where we need to, particularly if it affects the culture work that we're doing in many ways, and we need to see there was a suite of reports that that will move us along in that culture work that we're so keen to achieve.
So I don't know if this is quite obvious, but if out of the recommendations we choose to implement 9 or 10, I wouldn't see us then going, everything's ticked off, but absolutely
No.
Then along with that. There is continuous work we need to do to keep this going. We need to think about the relating local capability, but it's definitely not achieve a few of these recommendations.
I think you feel the point. Thank you. We won't labour it. We've got time later on. So if we could agree to receive and note the well-led development review report from the Value Circle, and whilst acknowledging the conclusions and recommendations it contains, we do that. See you later on. Thank you. To item done out within the patient story. Thank you. And we go to 25, which is the report on culture work. In Toby's name, but
yeah.
Over to you.
So, so I think it's probably helpful to view this report and the two that follow as associated elements. Clearly, the TBC report and one or two other things point us to some issues with our freedom to speak up arrangements, and the action log says I'll bring back papers on that in July. People have the staff survey report, which Carlin will talk to on the next item, and for reasons that have been explained, we shared the comments in the private reports that individuals can't be identified. I think in terms of the paper that we've put, I suppose maybe a starting point is this. We haven't got the culture we want. That's probably something everybody can agree on. And by everybody, I don't just mean in this room, I mean, inside our organisation. There are some people in our organisation who believe we used to have the culture we want and we've moved away from it. That, I think, is probably something that I find myself not able to agree with. So it's quite important, I think, to hold those two ideas in our mind, because it sort of sits at the heart of, well, are we trying to go backwards or are we trying to go forwards? No wrong with going backwards, but we just need to be conscious of that, because, in truth, we have a fair few people who work for us who legit believe that we should go back to something. The first section of the report tries to set out both the positive benefits that we've derived from the culture we currently have and the things that limit us. And it's intended to be quite balanced. So we need to recognise the very many achievements that have been delivered. And some of the issues that will arise for us if we don't get the culture right, without catastrophising the situation we find ourselves in. Because bluntly, we probably have the culture that we've expected to have in light of all the things we've needed to do. What Carleen and I have then set out is the beginnings of things that we would want to frame into quite a significant programme of work kicking off from September. And I suppose that programme of work, which is largely in section 5 of the report, speaks to a balance between sort of traditional behavioural clarity work associated with our values and wider work to begin to change our organisation, which are described in the section headed some parts of the mix. It's some parts because I don't think the list of 10 or 11 things there are everything we're going to need to do, but I'm reasonably persuaded that it is a list of things that we will need to do. The framing is very much around high care and high challenge. There are different words used at different points, and ultimately the words we choose to use, I think we should road test inside our organisation, because it doesn't really matter what we prefer. What matters is how they're understood by folk. What I would reflect is that when we had a go round this with the clinical leadership executive and in one or two other places, it's been really interesting that the balance of people's energy has been to wanting to provide more detail and more definition on the high challenge, high accountability space. There's an enthusiasm for that and a recognition that it's something RDaSH has to continue to transition to have. In many ways, I'm clearer what we need to do in that space, and the paper tries to set some of that out, and clearer it will be difficult. I think that the high care bit merits exploration over the next few weeks and next couple of months, because I think it's one of those areas where everybody sort of knows what we might mean. But when you try and get to with people, well, what would we actually do to be in that place? What would it mean to you? And it's quite fuzzy in conversation. And if I'm honest, for some people in our organisation, high care would be leave me alone. Yeah, just leave me alone. I'd like to do what I do, and clearly there's a version of leave me alone that's very legitimate and autonomous, and there's a version of leave me alone that perhaps isn't, and is in a different space. And maybe we touched on some of that when we talked about inpatient services earlier. So I guess, Kath, I'd be interested in people's perspective on either the high challenge or the high care element, perhaps with a bias to the high care element in the interest of time, but also just drawing people's attention to the expectation that we would do some more development work, including people in this room, over the course of the next 2 or 3 months. That pacing is very deliberate. I'm very resistant to a let's be seen to do something type mentality, because I don't think that's authentic, and I don't think it will work. So I would rather we took the early part of the summer and then progressed. The final thing I wanted to say is, clearly we are all a part of this. And when we talk about the 555, I think it's really important that we don't allow people to put us in a place where what they choose to hear is, well, the board's decided it's everybody else's fault, etc. I can't quite think my way into that criticism, but I have heard it. I think it's slightly self-fulfilling and manipulative. But I do think, because we're in the 555, I do think that whilst working with improvements in our leadership capability and capacity is important, it's a necessary, not a sufficient condition, by which I mean unless we do that, everything else we do won't work. So disproportionate effort in that space, but open to many other ideas that might go to make the parts of the mix into a sort of fuller cookery book. I think I'll leave it there, Chair. That's okay.
Yeah, thank you. I've got Jude and Dave so far. Jude.
Yes, so 3 things from me, Toby. I like the paper, but I'd like to just pick up a couple of things that have been said to think about context with that. So the first is about how we run this forward without becoming very myopic around certain things. We just heard a really impactful patient story, and I can tell you that we have thousands of them every day. But then we look at a report such as what Steve saw, which is the very minority also where we see, but we put most of our energy into the minority rather than the majority. And I think we've got to contextualise that, otherwise what we're talking about is that we may think we're providing not great care. And actually we've just had a well-earned report that says we're providing quite well-earned care. So I just think there's something about framing. The second thing, and I will say this, declaring that I have worked with this organisation for 20 years. There is a reason I've kept working here. And I suppose the way what you talked about landed with me in terms of some people would like to go backwards. and it won't just be me, could be hard to hear. So I suppose why I say that is I bring in a couple of points with it is that I acknowledge very much what you've said about how we need to improve and go forward, and I agree with that. I suppose what I also acknowledge is that in the past, we've been things like CQC Good. We have had an identity, which has got some positives in it. And if we don't land this right, it could really devalue the people that feel they've worked for a good organisation. And that there's been journeys where maybe there was better things in the past, but there is definitely things to come. So I suppose I don't want that to land as I'm not supportive of what the paper says, because I'm very supportive. I just am also supportive to the fact that some people's frame of reference will be both a feeling and also a tangible thing like a CQC rating. And I suppose my third thing is about where we draw on, and this lands with what you said around I guess, initiative-itis, where we have had cultural change programmes before. So things like we've had listening into action and things like that. And I suppose it's going to be for some people about how this is going to be different. So none of my 3 points are not supportive of the paper. I want to really stress I am supportive of the approach. I suppose it's just those 3 things, because I think it's hard, isn't it? Because there's nobody's fault, and it's not about manipulation. The culture is just what it is, and it'll be what it is next week and the week after. We just have the influence ability.
Okay, can I just respond to that before we take the next comment?
Yeah.
So it's 2 things to know. One is actually in the paper. I think it's a paragraph 1.7. I talk about the benefits of going back to the future. So I think that there's a choiceful space that does that. The other point, which might be heard differently, is I think if we were going to have the last 3 years again, for myself, maybe we would have been more deliberate about critiquing in the past. One of the things I hear in quite a lot of staff conversations is, you've never explained to me why we need to change, and what we used to do was great. Because we wanted to be quite respectful of the part, we never kind of went, that's true, but this is a real problem, and we lived with it. So I offer that because I think we're going to need your help and others who've worked here for a while as we go through that. Because I think we are going to have to critique the past in part in order to make the case for what we continue to want to do.
Thank you, Toby. I've now got Dave and Joe and Sarah and Richard. So Dave.
I think that's really helpful too. We have to be sensitive in this space, because there were unintended consequences of how it used to be, as there are unintended consequences of how it is now. So, and how you navigate that, I think, is important. I guess for me, it's pulling together the verbatim comments, the staff survey, the staff survey data, etc. And all of that stuff is sloshing around, and I have the freedom to speak up and whether people do feel that or don't. It's all part of that, how it feels to work around here. And I guess, Toby, when you were talking about, do we think about the high support or the high challenge? I think it's how we talk about high challenge and high support at the same time. So there are some things that you go, that's in the high support bucket. So things you can do to help people if they have a problem, for example, or conditions you want to put in place. And then there's things that you do about setting ambitious goals, which is over there. The sweet spot is the bits in the middle. So when we are making big demands for people, have we got the conditions for success right? Have we really piloted stuff, trialled it, learned, and adapted our ways with people on the ground that go, thumbs up, we're good to go on this? And I think that there's doing both at the same time, high support and high challenge, I think is where you get it right. I've been in places where you go too far to either end, and you either get warm custard because everybody feels all right, but you're not doing anything, or you get an overly pace-driven thing. It's sweet spot in the middle.
Sure.
Yeah, 2 or 3 points I think from myself. I think there are positives from previous cultures, and there is, as you say, Dave, there are consequences of every culture. And I think that there is a sense of achievement and pride in our current organisational culture around what we're delivering, the change that we're seeing. I think when you talk to staff and you read some of the comments in the survey, there is this rhetoric of, well, we used to have a compassionate culture. Actually, we were trying really hard at the time to bring in the concept of a compassionate culture. And when you read the theory behind that, the core of that is holding people to account. But people perceive it as just being kind. So I think that is a challenge. I think the more interest in the moment about how do we do the high challenge versus the high care is actually, I believe, is that people don't know how to challenge in a compassionate way. So they're really worried about being seen as a bully. And I think we need to be careful as we carry on with our delivery culture, which is transforming a lot of things that we do, that it doesn't feel like it's bullying without sloshing back into everybody's lovely and kind. And then I think there is, for me, I think there is still something we need to listen to where staff are telling us that they don't feel either the strategy or the organisation is valuing people as much as it used to do. They can't see that in what we're doing. And I don't think it's an initiative or I think it's in the things we're talking about, which is much more effective PDR, ongoing feedback, flexible and reasonable adjustments, clear objectives, support when life hits the fan, because everybody will go through that. And that happening in your team as well. So I think it's always a complex area of culture. But I think there's a number of things there that I think you're right, high support and high challenge have to be done together well. And I think there's a fear of I'll just be nice over here or I'll be seen as a bully over there. How do we bring that together?
Thank you, Julie. Thank you. I've now got Sarah, Richard, Steve and Kathy. We'll bring it to a close at that point because this will come back in July. So
thank you, Kath. I quite like the idea of I support, I challenge. But as you alluded to, Toby, I do think there's something in the language. And people's different levels going to have to decide on what their language is. I think this is very much our level. The directorate level. Then below that, what people, because challenge takes on different connotations, doesn't it? Because people don't always feel that empowered. It's a different language, but the point is we know what we mean, and it's getting people to understand that language, and probably at the 555 level, so that they can't actually, they have to own it rather than disown this stuff by the language they're using. But the other thing is just an observation really. So when I first joined the board, probably I'd say for about the first 18 months, I mean, others might remember, Dave, or you might remember, but we were saying that we thought that the organisation was quite staff-centric on the basis that you get the staff happy and support staff, and then by default, you'll get good patient care. And we didn't think the two things followed. We thought, as a group of individuals.
Support your
I don't mean
depth.
I don't mean that. I just mean as a group of individuals. But it was often the net who would say it because we were more from the outside observing it. And I do think that was the case, and then it will follow. Whereas I think we felt there was going to be more balance, but in a way, because there was so much to do on the patient side and the user side, and so much to do to get that right. And how the world was changing outside is, inside the NHS world, because we had to become something different in order to be relevant. Then I think I can see maybe how some people might have felt left behind, but the balance to me, in my mind, was definitely too far the other way. And maybe the fact that we've actually pulled that back, some people are seeing, particularly the older people who have been here longer, see that maybe as disenfranchising or moving away from them. It's just an observation.
Yeah, I think it's an important conversation, so I know we're going to come back to it. So no, I suppose looking at some of the other information we've got, I think, a bit of a disconnect in that we've got a well-led, great strategy. So I'm paraphrasing. However, in a number of our stuff, it's viewed as the relentless pursuit of metrics. And I know that's only a small amount, but there's a definite trick we're missing. So we're all, excited about strategy and updating promises and being progressing. There are some staff who feel like we're beating them around the head to just do more of these things. And we have a view that that's very much about patient benefit. But I'd be interested to know how many staff actually think it's just a relentless pursuit of metrics. So we do have a disconnect that we want to be able to talk to. And I to go back to my early point about, not still having an air of caution. I am cautious because I'm worried that am I personally, as an executive, missing something here? Because there is some noise. And while it might be developmental, it might be part of the journey we're on, it was where we are, I can sort of see all that. But what I'm slightly worried is that are we missing something where, maybe it's the listening into action, that there is something here about this disconnect, and are we missing something? And I can't let go of that, and I just have to voice that, I think.
I think that's a huge influence.
That's excellent. Steve?
Yeah, thanks. So I really see it as a culture journey. So not a point in time, this was bad and this is good. It's a continuum. I suppose mine is just an ask, Toby, with this coming back in July, and it's the forward look. So what are, I suppose, our risks, maintenance and mitigation in a backdrop of real significant operational challenges, financial challenges. With this in mind, how do we mitigate and maintain the culture rather than sliding and going, right, everybody's being pointed at this? So it's how do you make this the continuum of it's a journey rather than we'll do this, and then as soon as it hits winter, I know winter is an all year round pressure, but rather than this then stopping for us all to manage the front door as an example, just it's for you to consider whether that's something to bring back.
And finally, Cathy.
Thank you. I really support the paper, and it fits with sort of how I often think and operate myself. But I'm actually putting a lens over this now as thinking about the outcomes, and the outcomes in particular, like they are performance, but it's not necessarily just for KPIs. It's about what is the better experience for the patients and for our colleagues delivering that care. So maybe there is a lens, it's a bit to the point about use the language that means meaningful for them, etc., to recognise that they can buy into, and it doesn't feel quite as managerial. I think it's sort of to what you were saying, Sarah. So I think these look to me inputish, not outcome beneficial. I think we'll probably sell a lot of that more. These may be absolutely perhaps the directions that we're taking, but we need to get that empathy, and we're talking culture. So culturally, it's got to be making connections for people, hasn't it? And if there's just perhaps people who've been here longer or whatever, for whatever reason, it's just not quite working for. So that would just be my lens reflection this time.
I think for me, this is my 25th year in the NHS. We cannot ignore the fact that the NHS is changing a great deal, and that the things that we are pursuing and progressing, and where we are dealing with this, with the change processes and the issues around services to patients, is part of a wider whole. It is not just happening inside this trust, but for lots of people, they think it is. That somehow or other we're dreaming all this up by ourselves, when in fact there is a much wider agenda that impinges on this. And talking South Yorkshire chairs yesterday, we are not going through anything that other trusts are not going through. I hate you to think that we are an outlier with any of this, because other chairs tell exactly the same story. in different capacity for different reasons. But when I talk to staff, and I was out on peer review last week, they don't link some of this with the wider national agenda at all. No more do anybody else is, by the way, you know, and so there's something about making sure that we are delivering 2026 NHS and what it's here to do and how its priorities are, not 2019 NHS with what the problems were then, because lots of us might want to turn the clock back for all sorts of reasons. I could think of 3 or 4. I could put them out to public vote, but I could think of 3 or 4. I'd really like to turn the clock back on, but you can't. Can you? We don't have that time travel or ability to go backwards into pre-pandemic, middle of the 2010s or whatever. We can't. So we have to build a culture that is right for the NHS that we have to deliver, and for patients and difficulties and struggles in our communities that are pertinent to 2026. And the culture of this organisation has to mirror that, and we can't stand still. It's not possible. Other than that, I absolutely agree with the direction of the paper. And I take Joe's point about compassionate culture, sort of missed the accountability out of it, not being very kind to it.
Kathy, can I
Can you
respond?
yeah.
Well, I wasn't going to summarise, guys. It's been a rich discussion. I'd like to keep the conversation going. So I'll make 3 points and then tell a very story that I think is related, but you may not. So one, I think it's really important that a narrative that might come from, let's say, yourself, Kath, or me, about the culture we want and the wider NHS isn't heard, but I think it could be, as we're not listening. And so I think we're going to have to work X 100% harder to demonstrate listening, because we all have different listening styles and listening behaviours, but it's difficult to read stuff or to who do not fear. Yet their consistent message is you're not listening. They're not lying. We might think we are listening, but if they don't think we're listening, that has to change. Yeah. So I'm kind of with Richard in, that's my version of what I think I heard Richard say. Secondly, I am really, the bit of this paper I'm quite wedded to is the getting the basics right bit, because I don't think I can guarantee every employee of RDaSH at the moment some of the very basic, if you like, welfare elements of being an employee. And I think that's problematic, because I think if we can't do that, we're entirely reliant on goodwill, and we haven't held up our end of the bargain. And by the way, we broke the contract by saying we're going to make some people redundant. We have to remake a new contract, so we have to get the basics right, and that isn't where we are. My third comment is, I think we need to find internal allies. So we've talked about the 555 heterogeneous group of which we're a part. Many of those people would not be allies to elements of this conversation. Our medical staff almost universally will not be allies to this conversation. I don't say that to stigmatise consultant colleagues, but we all know that needs to be understood in the room. If we had a poll today, we might get a couple of votes, and they're on the payroll. We wouldn't necessarily get anybody else's vote. So I just think we've got to own that. But my point isn't about, it's about how do we find allies, because bluntly, if we're trying to tell a story of organisational change, people are going to be more interested in the staff network's view and the trade union's view and Dr. X who's worked here than they are Richard Chillery's view or Toby Lewis's view or Carleen Holman's view. So I think we've got to go on a search for allies during this period, because it's what people say about us that's going to be as important as what we say. The last thing I'm going to do is tell a story. I did a staff interaction the other day. A lady put her hand up, said, nobody listens to the staff around here. They just don't. Nobody listens to me. I said, oh, okay, I'm listening to you. There's 40 other people. You're new and you're telling me we don't listen. So talk to me about that. Why do you think that? You bought a TV for the ward. It's a terrible idea. Didn't need a TV for the ward. Not a good idea. So come on, That TV came from the ward manager's suggestion. What's wrong with the TV? You put it up over the patient's painting. Now, my story is fairly simplistic, but my point is if I'd stopped at the first, you're not listening to me, nobody listens around here, I would have walked away with one impression of the conversation. By the time we had onioned a little bit, we got to the TV. But if I'd stopped there, I'd have got to a very strange conversation about the, you know, by the time we got to, and then by the way, you put it over the patient's painting, I mean, she and I ended up having a long conversation. I could understand the emotion. And I guess I'm pushing myself and maybe us to work out how we can have the layers to that conversation. Because I think if we just stop at nobody listens to me around here, we will end up bifurcated. I think we've got to find those spaces to work out what's really going on. So I guess that's where I think we're going, Kathy. But perhaps we could come back to this next time and the time after that and the time after that until either all or most of us are content with where we're headed, because this isn't going to be something a small number of the executive can sort of yom forward. That's okay.
And this is perhaps the most important piece of work we have on our agenda this year. Really,
although we say that at many meetings about many things, but I agree.
But this is a very serious piece of work. Beyond. So if we can, you're asked to note the planned actions and the associated timescales, comment on the planned actions and refine the planned work in terms of reference, and agree that a further paper will come in July. I'm paraphrasing, you can read the recommendations. Can we agree those? Thank you.
Is everybody okay with the basics, Ben?
I think so.
That's not the whole strap line, that's not everything. I just want to check, because if we're out there doing that, and you know, it does link actually to comments on the BMA and other things. I just want to make sure everybody's comfy with that. Okay, it's not back to basics. It's not some John Major thing. You know, no, I'm not being flippant. It's quite important, but it is getting those basics right. Yeah,
but I think that's right. But with a broad view of what the basics are.
Sure.
So, you know, there's comments and stuff. So I haven't got toilet paper in the toilet. What you said that some of those important basic hygiene features are as important as.
Absolutely.
Huge in your work.
Yeah.
You can't wash your hands in hot water. It's huge in your work. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. We will move to the next two reports, which this is a suite of reports which you refer to our culture work, but to the staff survey at 26, we are in another report. We are purely taking questions. So it's going to come back. The whole penny of it is going to come back, and there's work in the private part of the board. But the report that is before you, Carleen will answer questions if anyone has those. Richard.
Purely factually, is that every debate and comments, or is that the selection of comments?
Every.
That's everything. Thank you.
Could you just paint a bit of a picture, and I don't have a picture in mind, of what you think the collaboration with Navigo might be directed at, not least because we will have that conversation with NEY on Monday.
Shall I take all of the questions in spirit of time?
Gives you time to do that as well. Yeah.
Jude.
Yeah, I think it's a great paper, and I know we're going to have a broader discussion in that later. But I guess it's only one part of how we listen to our staff.
Yeah.
And so it just really helped to see that context, because it's not only one part, and I'm not meaning to minimise what it is. It's also the anonymous part, and there's a different way people choose to interact when they feel they're anonymous.
That's very true. That's a very good thing to remember. It is only one way.
Just having done stuff.
Just when I was quite surprised when I read some of it, especially around things like the 4-week wait and the message that they've got not linked to the patients and the why. But what surprises did you get? Because you see a lot of the other things coming in. Were there any key surprises for you?
I might comment on the 4-week bit after you finish.
Right, off you go, Carly.
So I'll start with Toby's question in relation to Navigo. We've done a lot of work clinically with Navigo. Have we done that from a cultural perspective? No. And I think previously we've been quite protective of the organisation. We're a large NHS organisation and we probably know best type approach. So I think it's going into Navigo to understand their ways of working, their approaches and what has worked for them, rather than going in with a wish list, this is what we want to take away, to go in very open-minded initially to explore the work they have done to significantly improve their staff survey results, to listen to that, to then come away and refine the work we're doing. So am I going in there with this is a tick list to work? Absolutely not. To work through what have they done and what have been successful. What were some of their learnings, some of the challenges? What would they do differently, knowing what they know now? So that interaction through various different lenses. So that would be the initial.
I mean, obviously I was on the board of Navigo for 7 years. If I can help Alan, please don't hesitate.
Thank you. They've been very receptive.
Yeah, it's in place.
Yeah.
In place.
Right. Okay. Well, there might be some perceptions that I have.
And then just going on to Jude's point about it's one aspect of listening to colleagues. It is absolutely one aspect of listening to colleagues, and we have the quarterly people pulse, with the exception of Q3 when the staff survey comes. But our people pulse response rates are very low, that we don't have the meaningful data from there. We've implemented various different listening events to take that information from colleagues, peer reviews going on to the wards, the ATI that we've recently launched. But the staff survey, whether we like it or not, does give us that benchmarking data against other organisations. Yes, only 48% of our workforce responded to the staff survey, but that's nearly half of the workforce. And the message they gave us wasn't great. So going back to Richard's point about listening to that message and Toby's reflection of the onion and the layers, how do we get beneath some of that feedback and how do we listen to the colleagues? Because despite all of the messaging we've done about the 4-week wait, that's appeared from the colleagues that have responded to the staff survey in the comments. Patient care isn't the organisation's top priority. We might sit here and disagree with that, most definitely, but 48% of the workforce don't necessarily agree with us. That's a mixed response there, so we have to hear that. It'd be wrong of us to say, the wrong, that doesn't exist. That's what colleagues have said to us. So that's their reality, that's their perception. So we need to listen and work with that on some of the messaging. So pulling that touches on the 4-week wait, some of the surprises. I was surprised that the corporate backbone areas weren't worse. I thought the response rate and the feedback from corporate colleagues would be much lower.
Yeah.
I'm surprised from some of the feedback we have. We work flexibly is still our number one focused area, and it might be just because I hear a lot of the negativity associated with flexible working. But if you go out to our inpatient areas, do we work flexibly? Absolutely not. If we ask some of the colleagues who work in some of the crisis team, no. But our workforce in the main feel we do. We still have those hotspot areas. So I was surprised by corporate backbone.
Yes. Just one question, Carly, please. The actions I can, so if we agree that they are the two priority things and then it says over to the directorates, I'm hoping you draw the board in and certainly the exec team into the discussion of what are we going to do differently, because, you know, like it's a lumpet, we are viewed differently and our impacts have more disproportionate impact. So unless we're doing something on those two things, we can't expect anybody else to change. So is that part of the plan that the exec and the board consider those two things and what we should be doing differently?
Absolutely, that's part of the consideration. We've got a suite of papers here today that segue very nicely. We've got James later and Steve with the Freedom to Speak Up paper. So when we talk about speak up, it isn't just freedom to speak up. So when you said about staff survey and the voice of colleagues, so we've got freedom to speak up, we've got line manager challenge, we've got HR, we've got the wheel from a freedom to speak up perspective, but we've got radar. So we've got that direct feedback to colleagues following an incident. We need to get better at closing down that loop and giving colleagues the real feedback in the here and now, because that's the message they're telling us. If I raise a concern or I raise something, I don't hear anything back. And then they just give up. So what's the point? And that then spirals and spreads across the organisation. So we have to reflect on that. The patient care, the organisation's top priority. We heard from Gary earlier today. He most definitely felt the crisis team gave him the best patient care for him and his family. We've touched on the PSII report where we've had some learnings come from there. But colleagues don't feel patient care is our top priority. So if we focus on the staff FFT, patient caring is the organisation good place to work. If we go back to some of the foundation aspects, getting the basics right, that is a solid base to work from.
David, to be clear, we're not planning to have a staff survey action plan. So if you're yearning for one, no, I'm not being flippant, that isn't coming. What's coming is the cultural work informed by the staff survey and other things. We're not planning.
Include what we as a board believe really are going to do.
Yeah, no, by all means, and it should. But we're, you know, unless the board wants to go a different way, we're not planning to have this thing we call the staff survey action plan so that we can try and persuade the staff that we're taking it seriously, because they won't believe us. We need to do the deeper one.
I have two last questions. They are the last questions.
I thought we'd taken all the questions.
Yes,
at the start.
We should have done.
We should have done, but I'm being kind. I'm being a kind and compassionate. Rachel, Cathy.
Thank you. So it refers to 5.1 on the fact that the staff survey results have been shared with all directorate leads and engagement commenced with colleagues. Just reflecting on some of the comments and the other papers, is that level of confidence about, I know we talk about the 555, but how confident are we that that engagement does actually include all colleagues? Or does it concentrate on certain engaged colleagues? Just reflecting on some of the peer reviews and the conversations you have with staff, and there seems to be that disconnect.
Yeah. And finally, Cathy, I will take the bus. Cathy.
Okay, I mean, mine was more observation, but the triangulation of how we perceive our conversations, what we focus on, and how it's, you know, patient-centred and etc. How staff are reflecting what they hear and feel back. And the third point of the triangulation would be with patients and carers, be it care opinion or whatever. I think there's some gaps to close, but first of all, you have to understand why those gaps are there. And I think that's the thing for me about how you're squeezing those 3 points together. And so I don't know how, but it was that observation, because, you know, we communicate the same messages, but they are heard differently, and that's the point about listening. So that's all we're going to observe that.
That's very good. Kelly, this is the last two points.
Thank you. So are we confident it reaches all colleagues? Absolutely not, because the reality is something different. So is it discussed at team meetings? Is it discussed at various different sessions? Is it discussed at the networks? And we've got a number of network sponsors here today, yes. But do we reach all colleagues across the organisation? Absolutely not. It was some year ago.
It takes so long to.
Thank you, everybody. There are, if you look at the front sheet, there's a lot of recommendations. Can I just ask you to be clear of what we are deciding, but particularly to draw your attention to the future role of the People and OD Committee in taking this, monitoring this work, and indeed the review and submission of the resident estate. Would we agree those?
I'm a bit fuzzy on number 4, if I'm honest. I think this is board business. So I have no great difficulty in the People and OD Committee looking at it, but my submission would be this is board business.
Yeah, and I think it refers.
Including the submission of the resident estate?
No, forgive me, I'm just on number
Right.
4, not
Right.
number 3, 1 or 2.
Yeah.
But I just think it follows Dave's point, which is, but we've got to own this. I don't think we can offshore it to a
I think that's
committee.
absolutely right.
Marvellous though the committee, I'm sure it's.
With that,
Brilliantly chaired.
Awesome, one of our best.
with that amendment, can we agree the recommendation? And it is important that this is with the board. Thank you. And again, to freedom to speak up, again, just for questions, please. This is Steve's and James is in the room. So I'm not asking to present your report, James. We just go to questions at this point. So questions to the freedom to speak up report. Do it.
So what would you suggest we need to do differently in order to improve people's willingness to have confidence in freedom to speak up? Not expecting you to have a fully formed answer because it's a team sport and we've got to do it, but I'd be interested in both of your reflections, if you could offer.
Yeah, please.
Gathering questions.
I think Toby's point on, I'm sorry.
Well, I gather questions first, Chair, and then we can respond.
Well, I didn't have any of the hands, but I do now. It's
after lunch.
You're in a different time zone. It's difficult, I agree, Catherine.
Toby's arm hit your arm.
It's right, it's my fault. There we go.
I've got Rachel and Pally. So Rachel.
So my question really was following on from Toby's in terms of one thing that stood out was that feedback and the belief that the what's raised is actually taken. I don't think it says taken seriously, but you just got the flavour that people didn't feel anything would come of it. So particularly interested to hear in that aspect what we can do better.
Thank you, Rachel. Kelly?
And my question relates to table 2. It's great to see the comparison of local neighbouring trusts, but given the difference of mental health LD community trusts, have we got any insight into the best and worst performing organisations in those categories, and what can we learn that they've done that we may wish to consider?
One more question.
Okay, good.
I guess mine's just in the fact that we've seen, albeit that the staff survey is only a year out, people say they haven't got as much confidence, and therefore it can lead you to thinking, well, people aren't maybe speaking as much, or a certain set of people are speaking. How, therefore, if we think people are speaking in a different space, is this triangulated across? Because if you had, like, I don't know, 60–70% of people speaking before, they've now started speaking somewhere else. I suppose it's how we're marrying that up, because freedom to speak up isn't just a guardian, is it? It's a concept.
Yeah, my issue was on my, thank you for picking up the protected characteristics point, which I've been slightly obsessive about, and I continue to be so. Could you just provide me some reassurance that I'll be able to understand how many people who would identify as neurodiverse are raising concerns, because that is not per se a protected characteristic in some definitions, so, but it feels like quite a big issue in our staff body.
Yes,
Can I just ask? Freedom to speak up. So obviously somebody comes up to freedom to speak up guardian, expresses concern. How is that loop closed then? And how are they informed that that actually has been the outcome? Are they satisfied with it or not? Because clearly that individual conversation would enhance what they're saying, that they don't feel that they have seen the result. But why is it they haven't seen the result? Is that because it's not been communicated in the right manner? They don't feel that their concern was listened to, acted upon? I don't understand it.
Process. So I think that's it. Steve, James, whoever is kicking off with this.
Yeah, bring up the ratio. Yeah. So to Toby's point, what do we need to do? I think you've answered that yourself. I need to try and get underneath some of the areas that don't report FDSU, and that the other side of it is that, not reporting and having sort of low confidence, and that's why I've tried to identify a couple of areas that sort of points to, and I've reached out to those two areas, and I know me and Toby have had a brief conversation around utilising some of the champions that we've got as well, and that's another area that I'm focusing on.
Feedback wise, and outcomes, we have around, showing the pod report that how they measure, whether somebody would access FDSU, again, we stand at around 82%. So that's people that have gone through the process of raising a concern and have the outcome fed back to them. 82% of people that respond to it said that they would do it again, and that's how they endure.
So really positive in RDaSH 82%.
In our
That is a really positive number that we really need to make more of.
Yeah, good point. Again, that doesn't capture absolutely everybody. That's the people that want to give feedback. I just have to make that point. But that's how the NGO measure. And the sort of national average is it hovers around 79–80%.
So is that information then imparted to people?
Yeah, so the process wise, they get their closure letter from me, basically said, you raised a concern around X, Y, and Z, and this is what the response is, this is what's happened basically because of your concern. But that's the normal process to close it down. Triangulation, I know me and Steve spoke about that. Not in detail, but we've touched upon it, and I think we need, because of the DaSH review, we need to start looking at workforce and FDSU alongside patient safety data as well.
So we're going to do that more in the learning and development.
Yes.
And so I'd like to come into that.
Yeah, definitely. Neurodiversity, I'll need to come back to you on that a little bit. But yeah, it's a really good point and something I really thought about, but yeah, definitely. I think I've tried to answer as much as I could.
Can I just fill in some of the points, if that's okay? So, neurodiversity, I think, is a really good call. So we haven't thought about it. And what we'll do is we'll take an action directly linked to that, because it's been difficult to identify other protected characteristics and demographics. And I think when we talk about it in this vein, we should also think about other reports as well, not just this topic, because I think it's a really good call. In terms of Carlene's, there's 3 organisations that are mental health trusts in there, Colin. It's apples and pears. Actually, when you compare, it's almost irrelevant, because what FGS do is gives a cultural barometer of how things are in this organisation. You can't really compare that, whether it's a mental health trust or an acute. What we need to be focused on is the patient safety and quality issues, the impact on patient care. So I'm not trying to swerve the question, but I don't think it provides relevance. But there are some mental health trusts in there. I think it'd be really important, James, to talk to the champions and the recruitment and success.
And their diversity.
Yeah. Thanks for finishing off my sentence.
Do you feel listened to now?
And that's something I am doing as well, alongside the common scheme. We've identified some champions that will sort of speak around, or I suppose give people more options than me, that might feel more comfortable in individuals in the work. Maybe I have something I've thought about you.
Thank you both. Everybody's coming in. It's an important part of what we do, and thank you for your report and for your question. There are some considerable matters to note, consider, and indeed agree on the front sheet. If we could particularly look to the fact we need to agree to continue supporting and championing the FTSE Forward Plan and associated improvement actions, which will be appendices, including visible leadership support for freedom to speak up, reinforcing that no detriment will be tolerated for speaking up, and promoting the new initiatives to further embed a safe, responsive speaking culture. And that latter point is very, very important. We hear too many times the issue of people detriment, not in this trust, but you hear reports of detriment because of speaking up. So our board support for that is really, really important. So can I ask you to agree those matters on the front sheet? Thank
Just,
you.
you know, we're really short time, and I'm looking forward to it. Can I just say something before we move on? Is that okay? So I understand why we want to sit with the discomfort of the last three items, and I'm in that place myself. I just wanted to reflect that we've done amazing things to share power with our patients in the last 3 years and before. So I do think we need to have some self-confidence that we can do what is required by the last three papers. Do you know what I mean? I get that the results are not where any of us would want to be, and I get we should reflect on them, but I would want us to come out of our conversation in due course with some self-confidence that we can do this. Not because we say we can, but because we've proved we can.
Yeah.
And I think we need to hold on to that. And God knows what David Cockayne will say at 5 minutes past 3, but that is intended to be the gist of their report, is learn from what you've done and now do it in a different space.
I have no doubt with this board that the leadership of this trust will manage those issues that are frankly very difficult in the way that we managed the patient experience of different approach, and we're more than capable. We have things to do. But thank you for that. 100%. That confidence. Thank you, James, for being with us.
No problem.
We can move to the item 28, which is Andrew's report on the older adults indicators. You remember Dermot's bringing this before, so this is the latest of a series. It's a box set of reports. But Andrew will bring us up to date on changes.
Okay, so Dr. Sinclair's produced this report, which was intended to consider whether there was any patient harm directly as a result of changing from 2 wards that had provided dementia care versus non-organic care for adults into a ward which delivered both functions. In terms of the context elsewhere, you know, I've worked in RDaSH for 15 years this summer in North Lincolnshire, and we've always had a mixed ward, older adults ward in North Lincolnshire in that time. But in Rotherham, there was a more recent change, as you're all aware. So I think the information is presented in the report. There's the outcome measures that have been looked at from the view of older adults are presented in the appendices to this report. And for information, I think what the highlights are is that there's no suggestion that there's been several incidents that have been looked at that have fallen into categories of racist incidents, and also then some incidents relating to deteriorating physical health conditions in Willows in particular. And there's no evidence found that the model itself has any impact on the development or management of those incidents. What has grown out of looking at this is that there's concerns raised about whether or not there's issues around the medical input to those wards in terms of managing serious physical patients, and whether or not that's now related to the fact that those wards are potentially isolated in terms of medical cover that's available in the locality nearby, rather than the model itself in terms of delivering care to those patients. I think something else that was going to what is wanted to be looked at was the outcomes for patients with dementia versus patients with non-organic conditions. That data isn't currently available, and will be available for a report that will be due back. So Sinclair will bring back.
So that's the July meeting. Thank you. Questions? Sorry, those are ours. Richard.
Well, welcome paper. It's largely reassuring, and it was a strange choice of words in the introduction to talk about good enough care. That just seems a strange choice of words, really.
Yeah.
we either provide good care or we don't, or we were looking specifically at, has there been any evidence of deterioration of care? So it just seems a strange choice.
It was a phrase that we used at the time.
It was. It was.
But if you were an outsider reading it,
No, I get that. I get that. I get the optics of it, but Cat's right. It is where it was the decision we settled.
Phrase that Jen used to describe what we think. Rachel.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for the report. And I think it's very similar to the comment I made about the KPIs with all the change process. It's good that we don't make decisions and then don't review them. So I think that's really welcome. Just a couple of points, and it may be there, but I can't see it, so apologies. And then when we talked about, there's obviously some really good information about complaints, patients, carers, which obviously I know is the focus. But I didn't see anything in terms of input from staff other than staff sickness and workforce indicators. So I'd just be really interested almost to get that lived experience from staff in future reports to find out what's happened. And then just, I don't want to dwell on it because I can see there's a process taking place, but in terms of paragraph 9 and the incidents that occurred, and I'm assuming that once that independent report is commissioned and the findings there, then action will be taken other than redeployment?
Action will be taken, and I'm not going to comment on the points about redeployment.
Oh, no, sorry, it said in the thing about staff being redeployed.
Understood. What's going to happen is the report will come in, it will be acted on. You can assume that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think the report's really good and it's factually based in patient experience, which is what we wanted. We know that there was a lot of worry because the staff identified themselves as caring for either organic or functional mental problems. We know they very rarely exist in isolation.
Mm-hmm.
So whilst I know what Rachel said about having staff opinion, I think it's difficult because the opinion is based in what people identify as, and I think they will identify as something different now, whereas there was a lot of apprehension around this merger. But I think what's positive is that what this is given is a consistent model across the organisation, because you've talked about North Lincolnshire, but also Doncaster's run that model, and there was a similar anxiety from staff when Windermere and Coniston was merged, but actually there was also a similar patient safety experience which wasn't manifested after, and it really adopts that inclusive model as well. So there is evidence both ways, but a lot of the evidence that is researched comes from people who preserve a model of organic versus functional, and it's very, very difficult to split. So I suppose I'm supporting the paper. I'm also making just a couple of comments which may impact if you did look at staff views alongside of it. But also finally, kind of bringing the attention to the fact that the antiquated model around psychiatry training particularly, and this is again not the proper doctors, is that there is a split in terms of older adults. That is raised as problematic in lots of places because it's the only profession that still does it. And actually, is it older adults or is it actually a dementia, which could be very young adults, or adult? And I know you can't answer that, but I suppose that's the backdrop that paper's saying.
Thanks, Stu. I mean, I think in terms of the national training picture, there is an increasing number of people that are doing dual training things, CCTs. And so, I think we will see an increasing landscape of people taking on all age jobs and then potentially a breakaway, especially with dementia. And then I think we would have to deal with all the implications of that if it happens in that way. Just in terms of the training point in general, what do we do well in an existing way? The ILS training that's provided to acute care staff now includes really good management of the deteriorating patient training. As part, and so ensuring compliance with the ILS training is a factor in terms of managing the deteriorating patient issue. And the other bit around training is that Michael Milmorsley doing a piece of HEE proposed bite-sized training where our resident doctors will deliver training around management of physical health issues into our mental health wards as part of the expectation of their training programme. So that will be starting in August.
Thank you. I've got Stephen then.
Okay, thanks, Andrew, for the report. I suppose my reflection was having been part of the KPI creation, myself, Dr. Sinclair and Dr. Graham, just thinking actually back to my previous comments about apples and pears, there's something about actually our older adult wards being compared to 1,000-bed days and the incidents, rather than comparing it to adult mental health, comparing it to intermediate care. So I think there's something for us to learn and think about that. I suppose the bit that I'm struggling with when I read it is that the serious incidents are being linked to managing physical health deterioration in an isolated unit. So I'll tell you for why I find that difficult to understand is that firstly, the Willows is on a physical health hospital. So there's something about linking the SDR about how we use and work with our other organisations. But also, similarly, we know from the PSII report that we heard from earlier that physical health is an issue across not just older adults, it's across all our wards, and whether they're isolated or not almost feels like a moot point.
Yeah. Yeah, I think potentially it's more around what the workforce model is for the resident doctors, because obviously in North Lincolnshire, for example, the two wards co-located, there's a team of doctors that will work across, so actually making sure there's adequate resident cover across the whole time, and that, being able to, pick up those jobs early, identify people early if things are going, people are getting it.
So if I come in, Chair, so first of all, I suppose I'm reading this report as putting to bed the Willows question.
Yes, that's
to me. We've had a year of these reports. It got worse, then it got better. I'm reading the data for all its imperfections as saying good enough. I've got to be honest, there is an unbelievably high bar for relocating that wall. And there is nothing in this paper that persuades me that that would have merit. And I'd be extremely concerned for staff to hear that it was being considered. So I'm not suggesting the recommendation needs to be removed, but Steve's made the point I was going to make. It's slap bang in the middle of an acute institution. If we can't provide physical healthcare cover, we need to give our head a wobble. So I think that's probably on the slow side of the track, unless the evidence becomes very, very overwhelming. If that's okay.
Thank you, Andrew. So again, we have complexity of recommendations in some ways. So we are noting data around the performance of our inpatient and community teams, supporting the exploration of further work to develop our management of physical health deterioration, and also consider ward co-location issues. But importantly, we are agreeing the mixed model of functional and organic older adult wards, which we have come to that point where we now agree this model. So can we agree to do that?
Can we simply explore co-location recommendations? I'm happy to chat to Dermot. Clinical colleagues come back with a really compelling case. We need to hear that. But I think it being in the recommendations will be heard out there as it's going to happen. And I think that's potentially staffing catastrophic, to be honest.
That amendments, but importantly to agree that we now have a model that we are settled on. Thank you, Andrew. We've got some stuff up at the end of the agenda, the board and committee work plans. Phil.
Thank you. Key message is the should give structure and clarity to the limited time that we have together in committees and in boards, and that we respond to the terms of reference that have been set, in particular to the committees in terms of the board elements got set down. I think on reflection today, I've heard A number of times we've talked about think items returning at future dates or need to be scheduled. There's been a couple of delegations of matters which I think are in there, but I want to just double check on that. And then I think there is sort of two other elements. One is the element in the committees around partnerships, not in the broader sense, but in the pertinent. I think we just need to think about quite how we have that, make sure that isn't lost going forward. And I think the second point, probably stealing Dave's point that he referred to personally earlier on, was about plan delivery and just being clear in mapping out the work commitments that we are making sure that they are citable on how plans are being delivered and being progressed. And maybe more than my word, sort of bite-sized promises moving, but the plan is moving along at pace. I think with some of those moderations, hopefully people are content that we'll move, as it says in the paper, these are larger things. That's not to say that at some point in the something might not appear which needs to go on. But hopefully people are supportive of this approach of setting them out now. People have got clarity over what's coming when. We can start working, in particular as we have with this board about commissioning of papers, so there are a lot of questions that we're being asked.
Can we receive and approve the work schedules, taking into account what Phil's just said, Dave?
Yeah, so just reinforce Phil's one, because in 3 committees, we did say, because I know I raised it, the plans don't appear in there, and they weren't on the work plan, and everybody said, yeah, we need to put them back on the work plan, and then they're not on the work plan. So I was questioning.
Sorry, they are on the work plan. Where are they not on the work plan?
In pod, in QC, and in the holistic sense of we have a written down enabling plan, and they do not appear in a timeline.
Okay, so if you take the pod example, it has 2 plans. The education and learn plan is in there.
Yes.
And the other items are
plan.
Hang on a
It's
second.
not
I'll
disaggregated.
just say, I'm not finished. That it's been developed based on the ABC that is the people and teams.
Yes.
So the elements of the people and teams plan are in that agenda.
It's not all holistically, because I've double checked on that and on the quality of
That's
safety
disappointing.
plan. And
Well, we checked and thought it was, Dave, so it'd be really helpful then outside the room to pick up what you think we missed. That'd be really helpful.
because I didn't know whether it was one of those,
Because we've done that.
we agree they should be in there, because that should be the primary.
No, but my point is we have done the check that they are in there. You've done a check and said they're not. Happy to accept that. If you can come to Phil and I and if you like show us your workings, then we'll work through what we've overlooked.
Yeah, thank you.
And the other question on board, which we did say we'd touch on, which isn't in there, was that bigger question of prevention of hospital to community and digitisation. Now, digitisation, we could say the digital enabling plan is in FDE, but in that holistic sense of the bigger shifts that we're trying to achieve nationally, they're meriting us considering it at the board, either in a development session or otherwise.
Yeah, thank you, Dave. No, I take the point. This is spaceships. Go on, Richard. I thought I got through this one. Go on.
Yeah, it's a very tiny little thing. In the PPHI, the vacancy promises, there is no other specific promise allocated to any other of the committees except the one mention of promise 22 in QC. I was trying to understand why there was one promise in it.
I thought I'd listed 3 today, but from some which report. Long time ago this morning, but didn't we agree?
So the answer to Richard's question is the following. The equity and inclusion plan consists almost entirely of promises, which is why it's in the video.
Yeah.
Generally, the other promises are not in board committees. They come here. The reason 22 is called out is that it's not as explicitly in the quality and safety plan on reflection as it might be. And I think we wanted a place where it could be discussed. But I would agree that's a grey area for that particular promise.
Okay.
That's why it's there.
Yeah, right. That's helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So if we can agree to receive those reports with the comments made, the amendments addendum, thank you. Item 30 is my report on the fit and proper person test and my statement that we have returned them all. The review of our self-attestation statements and checks undertaken. I can report that all members of the board do meet the requirements of the fit and proper person test, and the report is here to, is it statutory requirement that it is here to, this is my report. If we can agree to receive that.
Yes.
Thank you. Go to those papers that are circulated for noting that have previously been supported by quality committee, to be fair, which is the which are listed at item 31. Can we agree to receive those?
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm not aware of any other urgent business which has been notified, Phil. May I ask if there are any risks that have arisen out of today's discussions that anyone would suggest we add to the risk register?
Not especially, but we will do a piece of work that goes through the staff survey comments and has a look at whether they are highlighting any risks that are not on the risk register. Well, when I say we, I mean Phil, but I'll make him a cup of tea on the way.
Thank you. But we're not in receipt of any public questions, are we, Phil? No, so that concerns. In that case, 5 minutes, not bad. Can I resolve that because publicity will be prejudicial to the public interest by reason of the confidential nature of the business to be transacted, the public and press are excluded from the remainder of the meeting, which will conclude in private.